Welcome back to day 2 here in MTU Bishopstown for our day 2 of our varsity competition. We're starting off here this morning with our women's 400 metre hurdles. Girls had to just toe the line yesterday. Straight final here this morning now. Lane 1 we have Setu here, 2 from DCU, UCD, and then we have MTU and the 2 UL girls out on the outside this morning now. Cara Murphy here now, really a good favourite now, reigning champion in the event. We're really looking to set the mark here this morning. Opened up with a good few 200s indoors this year. Really got that speed down, PBs across the board, so I think should be looking to go quick here this morning. So girls just waiting for officials to get them started here now. This is our first track event of the morning here. Men's hammer is underway at the moment. So teams looking to get points early on the board here this morning, really trying to build on that now for the rest of the day. So lot stiller conditions here this morning, quite windy yesterday. I'm sure everybody saw the 100 and 200 times evident of that. We're looking at a bit of a lighter breeze here today and probably a bit more favourable for those sprint events coming up later on in the day. So we'll see how the girls get on here now in the full lap. Yeah, definitely a bit nicer today. The sun's out as well. It's not too cold out there for an early 10 o'clock start for these girls in the morning. But yeah, hopefully keep the good conditions on for the rest of the day now. Now officials just making sure everything's okay here now before we set off on our first event. Now it's looking like our men's hammer has just finished up there this morning, so make sure to keep an eye on the live results of those coming through now, and yeah, look at our IUAA socials for the day for all our results and any highlights that we're going to be having. You know, expecting a good day of racing here now. A lot of heats yesterday, good few finals today. Our 1s, our 2s, our 4s, as well as all our middle distance. We've got some exciting steeplechase and walks coming up later as well. But our 4 hurdles here to kick us off this morning. So it looks like the officials are happy, are ready to go now. On your marks. So Setu lane 1, DCU, Sophia Moya lane 2 and 3, Cara Murphy, UCD lane 4, lane 5 empty, MTU lane 6, Eve Mooney, UL lane 7, Jenny Sawyers, UL lane 8. And we're safely away here this morning now in our first event on the track. Looks like Jenny Sawyer's gone off hard, so is Cara Murphy. Both rising over that first hurdle around the same time. They're going to be looking to get their strides in here between the hurdles. Both hitting hurdle 2 around the same point. We've got a good battle for third later on. Jenny and Cara going well still. Coming to hurdle 4 here, rising at the same time. This is a close race. Cara has that advantage of seeing Jenny on her outside. She'll be stalking her all the way down the back straight here. Top end is usually where it make or break. Both girls going over hurdle 6 around the same point. We have a battle later on for third. DCU looking to be up there at the moment. Cara just looking like she's getting the edge as they go over hurdle 7 there. Coming into the home straight now. They're neck and neck. They're going to be pushing down this home straight using all that strength they have. Cara Murphy safely over 9. Jenny pushing and pushing. Cara opening that stride. Little stutter safely over 10, and it's pushing all the way to the line now. And it's going to be Cara Murphy as your IOA 400 hurdle women's championship. Jenny Sawyer is getting up for second, and our Setu athlete third. DCU coming through for fourth, and Eve Mooney of UL coming through for fifth. And our DCU will be rounding out our points here, top 6 with our points for the weekend. So it's good points for all the girls on the boards this morning. They're going to be looking to add to their team's tallies as we're getting to the latter stages of today where all those points matter. We're going to have an individual events for everybody, but it really is that team aspect which makes the varsity so exciting this weekend. Everybody pushing for everything. Women's trophies, men's trophies, overalls, as well as our sprints and jumps trophies that everybody's going to be looking for. So that is our first event over and done with for the day. Cara Murphy taking the gold there. You can see her coming through here now. She really opened up that gap on Jenny coming into the home straight. And good through the line. We don't have a live clock here at the moment, so we're not sure of the time at the moment. But looked like a strong run. I know Jenny Sawyer's in very good shape, so Cara had a nice one there. Now we're going to be getting our officials to rise up that hurdle height to 3 foot for the men now. So they had our heats yesterday morning. So we have lovely start lists for this at least. We've got Dara Kennedy joining us here now for our men's race. He's just finished an exciting hammer. How did that go to for you, Dara?
Yeah, finished fourth.
Very good.
Yeah, beat your own personal best, so which is the target.
What did you
24-20.
Sadly, that is better
it was
than
won
mine.
by DCU with SETU in second and third. So.
And good point set. You do going well here.
Yeah,
now. I think they were on 65 points coming into last night.
They're making a big push for that men's team title.
Yeah, they really were. They had such a strong indoors, I think, as well, which is really what they're looking to build on coming in here now.
They're maximising their field events to try and get all the points that they can.
I think they have a good squad down there with David Murphy and Marcus Lawler and Michelle gone in there now. They've got a coaching staff behind them, and you can really see the uptake in athletics down there. It's brilliant.
Think Kate Veal is involved with them in the walks aspect as well, so really some high profile names involved in that setup in, I suppose, Carlow and Waterford. Yeah,
it's nice to have the combination of the two colleges. They really are. They're roping in a lot of athletes now, and they're scoring a lot of points this weekend.
Yeah.
No.
So what, the men's 4 hurdles is up next. I suppose the winners of the 2 heats yesterday were the 2 UL athletes, Fintan Dewhurst and Owen Sharkey. So we'll be keeping an eye out on them. Of course, Fintan is, what did I say yesterday, Botswana bound for the World Relays.
Botswana bound, after that really kind of stellar indoor season.
Yeah.
Getting into those low 47s really set his mark on it. He was really pushing for those times, and it's good to see the training coming out, and it's only going to hopefully bode well for his hurdles on the outdoor. But I suppose Botswana first, World Relays.
World Relays, he'll be joined by Sean Doggett and Jack Raftery on the male aspect of that mixed 4x4 team. The other athletes in this heat, I suppose, are Dylan Heffernan, SETU, Caleb Brosnan, ATU, Jack O'Connell, TCD, Fintan Dewhurst, UL, Owen Sharkey, UL, Oisin Phelan, ATU, Rory Boyle, UCC, and Edward Archer of ATU. So the interesting aspect of this race is there's only one SETU athlete and there's no DCU athletes, and so if you're looking towards the men's team title, they're the 3 colleges in contention.
Yeah, they're the ones that are really up there. And I suppose from a even from a Sprints Trophy point of view, UCD have been dominant over the last couple of years, really with stellar runners across the 1, 2s and 4s. Maybe not the 4 hurdles yet, but this is a chance for other colleges to kind of get a few points back on them. So, no, we're going to be looking here mainly at probably lanes 4 to 7 that was our first and seconds of the 2 heats yesterday. Fintan Dewhurst can really put the foot down here now and lay his claim on this final if he wants, but we'll have a good battle for those minors medals for the.
I'm sure he'll have half an eye on Thomas Barr's championship record. Not exactly sure what it is, maybe 51 something, 50 something.
I believe it's 50.44 if memory serves me correctly.
Yeah,
but
so
in and around that,
it would be a new personal best if Fintan was to run that. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of shape he is in.
Only in his second year of the college here now, so he has plenty of time to be setting on that, but I have no doubt it's probably in his mind constantly. Any Thomas Barr record does not easily come by. So
no, not at all. We have the women's hammer throwers warming up over there as well, just on the top end. Not sure if we'll see Nicola Tudhill today.
No,
UCD athlete.
Sadly not.
I suppose the likes of the others to look out for would be UL's Katrina Passer and Skyty. Winner of our shot put yesterday. We also have another UL athlete over there, an ATU athlete, I think, and an MTU.
Yeah, I believe Adriana's set to go on it as well. So there's it's a small but good quality hammer field that's going off. I agree. They're due to get off around 11 o'clock, but I think they'll want to get into that cage while the conditions are still nice and calm for throwing. And get finished with their event for the day. But it's always a hectic start here early in the morning with those hammers and our 4 hurdlers. The early ones up this morning. But
and I've no doubt we'll see some of these 4 hurdlers back probably for the last event this evening on the 4x4s.
Yes, exactly. I think Fintan Dewhurst will have to put his Botswana best to use this evening now, helping UL in those 4x4s.
I suppose they're always very exciting, and your cell phone, they can really make or break a team title.
They really can. I think
if Robert McDonald's listening.
Crosby's listening. He's probably tuned out by now. No drama always. We won't think of Carlo too much now. But no, it's really homes in the team aspect at the end of the day as well, where you have those relays and everybody's still around and you're getting everybody cheering you on. It really brings out the best of all the college atmosphere. So no, we'll get through all the individuals first before I start thinking about relays.
Yeah, exactly. Conditions seem to be a lot more favourable.
Yeah, they're a lot calmer today.
I think that if you look at the top end or even the sides of the track, the trees seem to be a lot calmer compared to yesterday, where we had gale force winds. I think minus 5
and a half.
Some races
at some points yesterday morning. Anyway, I know long jumps had gusts of upwards of 5s and 6s.
In saying that, there's not no wind, but it's
considerably a lot stiller. I know it's due to pick up a tiny bit as we go out through the day, but definitely this morning is going to be as favourable as you're going to get. I think the sun's just gone in for a little bit here now, but not cold conditions at least.
No.
But I believe all our hurdles are set up and we're almost ready to go here. But
final few warm-ups being done.
We'll be coming thick and fast with everything today. We've our 200 semi-finals for the men coming up after this, and then we'll be straight into all finals then after that for the rest of the day.
Be coming thick and fast. They look like they're just about ready to go. They're behind the blocks under starters' orders.
That's on your marks there now. And we are safely away here in our men's 400-metre hurdle final here this morning in MTU Cork.
Fintan Dewhurst first to rise over that first hurdle, already making up the stagger on his ULAC teammate, Owen Sharkey.
He's going to be sticking with him here as he goes down the backstage. It seems like Rory has gone out quick on the outside lane as well. Of course, he's running a bit blind. He's going to have to commit to that first 200.
But it is Fintan Dewhurst firmly in command here as we come around this top bend. Nicely over that hurdle. Coming into hurdle 7 now. Still looking very smooth. Owen Sharkey and Rory Boyle in a good battle for that second spot. Sharkey just coming around the stagger now. Yeah, but it is Fintan Dewhurst over the 9th hurdle safely, striding out down this home straight.
As we see off camera here, we have a good fight here now for the second place. Rory Boyle really putting the foot down, and he hits the last hurdle. Owen Sharkey's going to try and push on, and it's going to be UL, MTU, UL. 51.95 now. That's quite a respectable time here now for a Saturday morning in Cork.
Very impressive run from Fintan. I'm sure he'll be happy with that as a season opener.
I think he'll be very happy with that as a season opener. I mean, to be within half a second of your lifetime best here now in April before you're heading away for a World Relays, it's a nice banker to know you have in you.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're just looking at Fintan coming back across the line here. Not another man in sight. You can really see the dominance, almost classically seen by Thomas Barr across the years. A large gap to the next best in the 400 hurdles in the country.
Rory Boyle did very well to get ahead of Owen Sharkey there.
I think he'll have been a lot happier with that compared to his heats yesterday. Yeah. You know, he was very smooth over it, but perhaps it was that commitment he had in that first 200, being in the outside lane, really having to go for it. You know, it can really set you up for a good time if so.
Yeah, and UL will have scored some big points there in that race with first and third
for UL there.
Very handy tally.
Yeah. So good start for UL here this morning with good points in our men and women's hurdles, as well as some brilliant points from
the Hammer,
Dara and
Jack Hickey.
Our absent from commentary Jack Hickey at the moment. Getting some brilliant points in both the long and the hammer this weekend. I think that's really showing the diversity of our Jack Hickey.
I think so.
So we just have the results of the men's hammer coming through here now. DCU taking the win with a 54.95. That's a good throw here this morning now. Corey Scanlon set to second, 49.28. Luke Ward set to third, 33.43. Our lovely Dara Kennedy here, UL, 24.26 for fourth. Pork McCarthy, MTU, fifth with 20.11. And Jack Hickey rounding out those points with a 16.43, which not contesting for the medals, but his own personal best here this morning, his varsity personal best.
One and done situation for Jack.
Look, he's a busy man.
First throw, and off he went. You see a wild Kieran Nugent here walking in front of us.
Wow.
On looking here.
This is the closest this man has ever gotten to college here now, rocking up to a varsities. But here to support his training partners of Owen Sharkey and Fintan Dewhurst. I'm sure he was watching that 400 hurdles race, itching to get out there as well. So if you're looking at our live results, we've got our men's semis coming through there. So we have our 3 semis, which will be coming up shortly. They'll be coming up soon on the track. So our qualification of that will be the top 2 plus the 2 fastest, making our final later on. New addition now of having 3 rounds of the semis if we have enough entries. So it's 3 rounds of the 200, which it makes it a bit more of a challenging weekend for the lads. 3 races across the 2 days compared to the 2.
Yeah, especially if I suppose they're doubling in the 100 as well. They can have up to 6 individual races, and then if you bring in a 4x1 as well, you're up to 7. And I've no doubt some of them could well end up on a 4x4 as well if their colleges need them. So
yeah, I'm seeing names here. I'm looking at the likes of Christopher Lynch. I'm looking at the likes of Max O'Reilly, who I'm sure would be loving to do a 4x4 later. Joining fellow 400 finalists of Colin Doyle in a bit of a longer distance for the weekend. So we'll have those coming up shortly. We have our start list for our women's triple. They're just on the track now, I believe, just about to start their warm-up. So they're due to kick off soon. We have 10 women in our triple jump this morning. And we have our women's hammer due to start now as well. We have 6 women in this morning. We have ATU, MTU, DCU, and 2 from MTU and UL. So points for all the girls there. So that's, again, the important aspect of it this morning. And we also have our men's pole vault start lists come up as well.
So yeah, in the...
Sharky and Finton. And as check-ins are closing, we're getting all our start lists here now, and we have a field of 16 coming up in our women's 3K for you later. And then our 100 finals, we have our lane draws for our 8 women who safely navigated the 2 rounds yesterday. So, yeah, finals coming at us thick and fast this morning. And we're just looking out here now towards the Hammers. They're starting some of their warm-up throws for the women. So we have to thank our officials here this weekend as well. Some here very early this morning, making sure our Hammer facilities are set up and our cage is ready. And we've beautiful painted line segments on the grass for the weekend as well, really making those boundaries clear for us. So yeah, big thank you to all our officials making the trip down to Cork for the weekend. It's a long 2 days for them as well. We can hide from the wind and the rain, sometimes they can't. So
yeah, suppose we couldn't run without the officials.
Yeah, I'm biased, so so
that's okay. Yeah, so we'll be getting underway soon with those 200-meter semi-finals.
Due to kick off at in just about 5 minutes is what's scheduled for the women, but we don't have semis for our women. That was semis yesterday to a final today, so we're going to see how much they might move the men forward the 10 minutes that's on the schedule. But it'll be 5 or 10 minutes for our 200 men. I think I see them coming out from warm up now, walking across the track to the far side. They're bringing the blocks around as well now, so they'll be much thankful of the better conditions. I know there was some very windy conditions for the men yesterday. I don't think they were too pleased with some of the times coming up, but safety to the rounds was the main goal of yesterday.
Yesterday they probably had to change their mindset from running fast to just qualifying. That was the job that needed to be done yesterday, and I suppose because the conditions are more favourable today, they could maybe look to do both, run fast and get through to the final as well. But yesterday was just all about safely navigating those heats.
Yeah, that's the aspect with these championship competitions. You know, it really is about placement and getting through the rounds, and I suppose a lot of people here are looking to take home those points for the college, and no matter what time you're running, if you're getting that win, you're happy enough, you know?
Yeah.
So just to remind you, 51.95 there on the clock for Finton Dewhurst, and that 400 hurdles will be letting you know of all the results of the women's and the men's as they come through to us, letting you know what Cara Murphy equally had to do to take that women's title. 2 in a row for her now.
Run?
Clock was off for hers, so we'll be waiting for that. But 2 in a row for her now. I know 50.6 last year to take it. I'm sure she'll be hoping to look to start her outdoor season. Similarly, she really had a breakthrough year last year.
Yeah, national senior 400 metre hurdles champion.
Yeah, taking over 3 seconds off her PB throughout the year.
It was good to see. I think that women's race for me highlighted the depth the kind of, well, not the depth, but the quality that can compete at these varsity championships. It might be, you might often see maybe just like in the men's race, maybe one standout athlete in Finton, an international, but that women's race had the last 2 national senior 400 metre hurdles champions. So like the best of the best competing in that race.
Cara Murphy and Jenny Sawyers are last 2. Jenny Sawyers obviously training with the previous national champion of Kelly McGrory.
Yeah, so
our
highly competitive aspect.
Getting away from Padraig Cassidy here now, who will be looking to safely navigate his 2 rounds of the 200 metre later on as well. Maybe throw away for distance as well. We've our results coming through here now for our 400 metre hurdles final. So as I said, rounded down a small bit, 51.93 for Finton Dewhurst. Rory Boyle UCC coming through for 56.17, and Owen Sharkey rounding out that podium with a 57.23. So a good field there. TCD coming in 4th, getting those 3 points for his college, and Oisin and Edgar from ATU rounding out those points. So combined 3 points for the college for ATU from there. So they'll be happy to add to their tally for the weekend.
Yeah. What's up?
See Eve Mooney gesturing to Dara here for looking for something as she starts her busy day here now, taking some well-deserved points in that 400-metre hurdles this morning, and she'll be going in the 8 final later, and I'm sure she will be roped into some relays later on, so she has a busy weekend ahead of her. So, but that's really what the weekend is about. It's about coming out for the team and doing all you can, even if that means it's 20 events like Laura Frawley yesterday. So our overall standings as of last night were around 80 for UL, 65 for our DCU and Set 2, and then Laura Frawley in 4th with 30 herself. So reason she was IUA Athlete of the Year last year. I believe taking home 5 medals yesterday. So not as busy a day today for her. Just, I believe, the weight for distance and possibly a relay on the line for her. So a lot quieter than the entire combined events she did yesterday, plus the javelin. But medaling in everything. So we would expect nothing less from our Laura. So I can see the men gathering across on that far side for those 200s, just doing the last bit of preparations before we start here. They'll be nervous getting started this morning, making sure they just do the job, get into that final. Some of the other men's looking for hopefully nice conditions for PBs and personal bests this morning. You can just see in front of it the men's pole vault as well, warming up. So they'll be going through their pole vault routine, getting in at their opening heights, and just getting into the rhythm of things. Now our live results continuously being updated with our scheduled finals later on. Our men's 400 just coming through there, reminding me that I do have to go and actually run today at some point.
That I think, and I know I'm talking about it right beside you, but I do think it's probably one of the races of the day, just with the names that are in it.
Oh, definitely.
Like you
that
have
guy in lane 3 looks quick, like, you know.
Yeah, no, lane 3. Yeah, watch out for him. But
no, definitely a high quality field as competitions go in Ireland. I think you're looking at, it's going to be a very competitive race. I think those points are hard to come by, and we have all of 3 of our indoor medalists, myself, Dara Murphy and Dara Masterson, all medaling indoors, as well as Joe Doody stepping up from his 200s indoors to his 400s now outdoors, as well as Sean Harding, our IUA indoor 200 metre winner.
And you also have, I suppose, last year's national indoor senior silver medalist David Bosch in his first appearance of the year. Did he do? I don't know if I saw
over
him
the 4. So he's making the move up now again for outdoors, coming into a bit of form, as well as Joe Doody. Was coming back from a little bit of an injury, so opened up late indoors, but getting into the 47s by the end of March there. So he's definitely in good shape, and I believe he's our winner from last year. No, Kieran Carthy was our winner last year. Joe Doody was our winner 2 years ago up in Belfast, so he'll be looking to reclaim that title. So no, definitely going to be a tightly contested one later on in the day. You can see our women's triple warming up down there. Looking at the start list here now, we have some standout names. Daphne DCU will be looking to take that title again. Our national title holder at the moment currently was 3rd yesterday in the long jump, but definitely triple for her is more favoured this morning. I see Caoimhe McDonough of ATU doing her warm-up strides there now as well. She'll be looking to put it to Daphne, our national silver medalist and our silver medalist from these championships last year as well.
She's over there. Who is that? She has one for yesterday. I don't know why. Maybe for something else.
We're just coming up to 11:15 here now, our scheduled time for our start of our men's 200 metre semi-finals. They look to be tracksuits off across the far side there now. Just looking at semi-1, we've Queen's lane 1, UU lane 2, TUS lane 3, UCD 4 and 5, MTU Max O'Reilly lane 6, Sam Kiley training partner UCC in lane 7, and Setu lane 8. Starters will call them to their marks here now. So remember, for our semi-finals here for the men's 200 is top 2 and 2 fastest. So you're really going to be wanting to get through on those top 2 and not leaving it up to the later heats and potential
also another
wind.
competition with very high quality, so securing that auto queue will be vital.
I think lane 5 and 6 are main focus here now. Jesse Osas, Max O'Reilly, UCD and MTU. Max taking the move up. And we're clean away again. Max O'Reilly with that lightning quick starter. National silver medal holder in the 60 metres. He's really working off that bend. Jesse Osas is going to be looking to claw him back in. Max O'Reilly not used to this 200, but he is streaking away at the moment. He's holding on. Jesse Osas coming through for second. But we've Sam Kiley finishing very quick on the outside. Max O'Reilly with, no doubt, a 200 PB. Rarely run event for him. But 21.60.
More of a 60 metre specialist.
More of a 60 metre specialist.
60 metre, 100 metre runner, so it's nice to see him run a 200. I'd say he'd be very impressed with that. Don't know what the wind was like, but it can't be too unfavourable if they're running these kind of times.
No, obviously okay conditions out there, given the times 21.60, a very respectable time here this morning.
Looks to be a tailwind coming down this home straight, so the wind is with them, I think, or it's maybe swirling slightly, but
yeah, we have a small bit of misty rain falling here now this morning, and you can see it's pretty straight down. Nice conditions here now this morning. But no, that is Max O'Reilly and Jesse Osas safely through to our final later on. Sam Kiley UCC coming through late there. He's going to be waiting on the clock. He'll have a long wait now to see if he's up again later on. But a good finish from him there.
Okay, yeah. Who do we have to look to in this second semi-final?
Second one, we have Prezo Jawumi in UCC lane 1.
Cian Cummins, University of Galway in 2. Christopher Lynch, DCU in 3. Andrew Hayes, TUD in 4. Gilbert Banza Caletta, TUD in 5. David Oghuvbu, DCU in 6. Dannon Long, probably one to watch out for in lane 7 from SETU. And Finn Campbell of UCD in 8. So Dannon Long will be a vital part of that SETU drive for that men's team title.
Yeah, I think our silver medalist indoors here at the IOA Championships is definitely going to be looking at really stamping his ground this weekend now. No, Sean Harding moving up to the 4 really opens up that door for Dannon. Dannon had a brilliant run here now at the Cork City Sports last year from lane 1. Stellar run in that A race.
Quite a favourable lane for him here. Such a tall athlete.
Yeah.
Lane 7 will really suit him. Just that longer curve rather than a tight lane 1 or 2.
Yeah, he's going to be looking to open those legs up this morning really, and get down that track and just get moving and get feeling good, and hopefully build on that now for the final later, after safe qualification hopefully for him. But no, it's a nice, quick day. You'd be surprised how quickly we'll be going through all these events. Just looking at it for myself, where the 400 feels like a long way away, but I know I'll have to start moving soon enough. So it really is it's an exciting day. With mostly finals, they get run off quick, but there's excitement constantly. So make sure to stay tuned here on the live stream until about 3:30, 4 o'clock later. We'll be finishing with our relays later on. But no, we've good standards coming up in here in our 100 finals. Our 800 finals are going to be good. All of our middle distance ones. Even our walks there, very high quality. We're looking to have good UL men out there today.
Okay, we'll focus on this 200 now. It looks like our DCU athlete has got out to a very fast start. Dannon Long running well out there in lane 7. We'd expect to see him push on down this home straight. It is Dannon Long who leads coming into this home straight, just ahead of DCU. I think that's David Oghuvu. And then our TUD athlete are coming on very strong on the inside, going to just outdip DCU for that second place. 21.88, so just about 3 tenths slower than our first semi-final, but still a very respectable time, especially this early in the morning. Only 10 to 11. Not probably an ideal time to be running a very fast 200. But
no, you can see Dannon Long really
through.
Yeah, really opened up there and running nicely true to the line. He's making sure he has that nice lane as well for later, you know. Doesn't want to leave anything up to chance.
What was our TUD athlete that came through for second in lane?
Andrew Hayes.
Andrew Hayes of TUD. Very strong run. If I'm not mistaken, was a member of that men's under 20 4x4 team at the European under 20s last year.
I believe so. As well with Christopher Lynch just inside him there now. I know Christopher Lynch personally working on his start. Starts.
Very, very publicly announced on his TikTok. He believes it's the key to unlocking that new level of success in his 400.
If he finds the secret to running a good 4, I'm sure I'll follow him in that suit. I don't know if there's a method to the madness of the 400, but hopefully this speed work will really help him coming out to that outdoor season. I think having that confidence and that speed in the first 200 will serve him well if he can slowly itch away at his times here.
Yeah. I suppose in this third semi-final, who do we have to look for?
So we got Dara Burke lane 1. We've Nathan, our own UL man, here now in 2.
An ATU athlete in 3, Ugo Kamsi. David Farkin of UL in 4. I suppose one of the names to look out for. Pádraig Hassett of TUS in 5. Sean Stratton, DCU in 6. Dara Donoghue, TCD in 7. And Oisin Feenal of ATU in 8. I think maybe lanes 5 to 7 would be the lanes to look out for in this heat.
Mm-hmm.
Or this semi-final, excuse me. And yeah, I suppose after this race we're moving straight on to the women's 3K.
Yeah.
I suppose should be an interesting race. Do we have start lists for that? I think I saw them in here somewhere.
We do.
Yeah, so any names we should be looking out for? Holly Carroll from UCC, very, very strong runner. They'll be looking to perform well down in Cork here. Nessany Hanafin from University of Galway, an Ennis track woman, also one to look out for. We have our 4th placer from the women's 5K yesterday, Claire O'Grady from UL, looking to maybe make a push for the podium today.
Yeah, so we're just getting also live updates of our men's and women's live results, our live points at the moment. So on our women's side, we have UL 57.5 currently at the moment, DCU 41 and UCD 31 at the moment. So that's true, probably about 40% of our competition so far on the men's side. Oh, and we have our start of our third men's 200 here.
Dara Donoghue and Sean Stratton out very well. Pádraig Hassett just making up the curve on Sean Stratton, and it's going to be Dara Donoghue and Pádraig Hassett striding down here. Pádraig Hassett just making up his way up to Dara Donoghue's shoulder, but Dara Donoghue stays strong and claims that first place. Pádraig Hassett second. So that's going to be the two of them through to the final. Our slowest winning time of the heat so far, so it'll be interesting to see whether we get any fastest qualifiers from that heat.
You know, Pádraig Hassett got out pretty well here now. He looks comfortable coming down this home straight, you know. He knows his top 2. Dara really pushing through, but Dara's really having a stellar season. Part of that Dublin sprint group is that PB after PB indoors, he really is coming into his own running. I know they're just back off a small camp down in Gibraltar, so I'm sure he's got those legs moving. Now I can see our 3K women are forming on the other side. We have our first medal presentation of the day, which is our mixed 4x4 from yesterday. So,
yes, so
that requires me to go down and collect my medal from that.
I'll hold down the fort here for a while. So in the mixed 4x4 we had UCD taking the gold medal after a very strong performance yesterday. We're in second going into the last leg, but a phenomenal last leg from Irish international Molly Horahan put them firmly on top of the podium. And then it was UL in second and University of Galway in third. I think before that, though, we're going to have our women's 400 meter hurdles presentation. So again, in third place in that race we had Cara Kelly of SETU. In second place we had Jenny Sawyer of UL, and in first place, taking the IUAA Varsity's title, was Cara Murphy of UCD. I presume we'll also have our men's 400 metre hurdles presentation shortly after this. I can see Fintan Dewhurst and Owen Sharkey, the two UL men. It's going to be the women's 400 metre hurdles presentation. Again, Cara Kelly, SETU in third, Jenny Sawyer, UL in second, and Cara Murphy of UCD in first. So these three women have scored 7, 5 and 4 points for their colleges respectively, which will be very nice tallies towards the overall team competition. If we just run through the scores quickly, the updates that we've been given are that in the women's competition, it's UL on 57.5 points, followed by DCU on 41 and UCD on 31, so UL ahead in that competition. On the men's, it's UL on 60 points, SETU on 53, and then a gap back to DCU on 28. A lot of competition still to be scored across all of the whole of today, so we won't read into these events too much. The women's 3K is going to get underway very shortly. I suppose some of the names to look out for. We have Emma Landers from DCU, a Cork woman, so she'll know this track very well. Roisin O'Reilly of TCD, and Emma Murray of UCC, Holly Carroll UCC, Claire O'Grady UL, and Nessa Nehanafin of University of Galway are the big names to look out for, I suppose. The girls away safely. Quite a large race, 16 athletes on the track, so we'll just hope that all of these athletes can navigate their way around the track safely. Quite a big pack at the moment. Doesn't look to be an overly fast race, but I presume that in a few minutes it'll start to string out a bit and we'll get a better idea of who our main contenders are. It looks like Nestle Hanafin from Galway has gone to the front, followed by Holly Carroll and then Emma Landers in third. Nice to see a good Trinity athletes, SETU, UCC athletes, UL, UCD, MTU and Galway. So a nice string of athletes there. In front of us here we just have the men's 400 metre hurdles presentation. So again, it was Owen Sharkey of UL in third, Rory Boyle of UCC in second, and it's Fintan Dewhurst taking the gold medal there. So this women's race, not even a lap in, has started to string out already. Again, it's Nessany Hanafin of Galway leading them through in about 80 seconds for that first lap, so very respectable pace. About a 10 minute 3k. Gaps starting to form already. Claire O'Grady of UL trying to make sure she can latch onto the back of these women. Nessany Hanafin setting what looks to be a strong pace that has already split this race up. So it's Nessany Hanafin, Holly Carroll, followed by one of our UCD athletes. I'm not entirely sure which one that is. So they're gone through the 600 in about 1:59. And it looks like we've a breakaway of 4 athletes, followed by DCU and UL directly behind them. Very early stages of this race, a long way to go, 6 laps to be precise. It'll be important for the likes of the DCU athlete and the UL athlete Claire O'Grady to work together, try maybe eat their way back into that lead. As I say that, O'Grady makes a move to go past the DCU athlete, maybe going to try and make a charge to get back onto that lead group. O'Grady was 4th in the 5k yesterday. I suppose a bit of a background on her: she was coming to UL doing the social runs on a Monday, and the coach Will Hughes recognised her talent, and since then she's bought her own pair of spikes, I suppose, and started running competitively. Won the B race at the indoor championships in a 10:19 in her first ever track race. So quite a nice talent, and I suppose this is the perfect place to do your first few races. But again, it's Nessany Hanafin of Galway coming in with 1k completed. So Holly Carroll sitting in there nicely, one of our UCD athletes, and then it's Roisin O'Reilly from Trinity directly behind them. Claire O'Grady, and I'm going to check for the name of this DCU athlete, and then we have a nice pack just in behind them, including Emma Landers, Emma Murray and Ruby Carroll. So Nessany Hanafin doing all the work here at the moment, head of Holly Carroll. Will you take over this? Yes. Will you take over this, if you don't mind? I just want to shout Claire on.
Derek Kennedy here has handed me the mic once again. I mean, the beautiful part of our 400 prep, which is sodium bicarb. A lot of our distance runners, some of these out here today, perhaps knowing the luxury of it. Dara looking to go down and cheer on our UL athlete here now of Claire O'Grady. Breakthrough athletics career here for her at the moment. Coming into this season, never having run a competitive race before, and 4th in her 5k yesterday. Now she's currently sitting in that 5th points position at the moment, but we have our UG, UCC, UCD and Trinity athletes out in the lead here at the moment. Coming to about the halfway stage of our 3k here now, so the girls are really trying to ramp it up here and finish quickly here. So that's Nessa out in the lead here now, but we seem to have 2 races going on here: our race for the gold and our race for the bronze. And then a lot of our other points hopefuls stuck in a bit of no man's land here now, making this distance race a bit trickier on them. It's tough without that partner to run with. So coming through here now, 3 laps once they go through here now. Galway Cork, Dublin, Dublin. 3 laps to go. Girls are moving well here now, though. Wondering, will we have any of them back for our steeple later on today? Our UCC athlete just stalking her as she goes down the back straight. Waiting to see if she's going to pick a moment to kick, or is she hanging on at the moment. They both look like they're feeling strong here now as they come around that top bend, entering the home straight for the third last time. 2 laps to go once they go through our start finish line here now. UCD and Trinity, you can see there just in the background, still battling it out for that bronze. UCD athlete has really put the foot down a bit, but Trinity is staying with her as they're navigating some of the back markers at the moment. UCD and Trinity really have their own battle here now as we enter 2 laps to go. Our Galway athlete Nessa has pushed the foot down. She's trying to break away, but Cork says no. Entering that back straight now. Perhaps a bit more of a wind there. They're really just going to have to hopefully slot in behind her and use her as a bit of a windbreaker. Make that back straight a bit easier, but it does look like Galway is starting to open a gap. Couple meters opened up here now on that 200 meters with 600 meters to go now in our 3K. That gap is growing, and it's looking like Galway is going to stretch out the lead here now, coming into the straight for the penultimate time. Coming around some of our back markers here now. UCC navigating them as well safely now, and it looks like UCD has also separated herself from Trinity. And the bell goes as Galway takes on the last lap. UCC coming through in second at the moment. UCD going to be coming through in third. Trinity fourth. UL in our 5th position. And it looks like possibly DCU coming through in our 6th position then. So going down the back straight, and Galway has really opened up that gap. She was comfortable for a lot of this race, and when it came down to it, she has that kick to get away from our UCC athlete. 200 to go now as that sun starts to shine down on us here now. Just hitting 11 o'clock down here in Cork. And she gets just past our steeple jump, which they will go in through later on as she comes into our home straight. Takes a little look behind her. She knows she's safe. She knows that this is her title to take now. As we come into the home straight, she's pushing all the way to the line, hopefully looking for a nice time. The crowd is getting behind her here now as we're coming to the finish of our first distance event of the day. Anessa of Galway takes our women's 3K title. Big cheer from the crowd. Cork coming through here now. Holly Carroll coming through to take second. Finishing well. UCD coming through for third. And Trinity just missing out. It was a tough battle the whole way between UCD and Trinity for that bronze medal. And I can see just at the top Claire O'Grady coming down our home straight here now. Woman who'd never put on a pair of spikes till February. Really stretching out here now. She comes home finishing well. 4th in the 5K yesterday, 5th in the 3K today. She's really helping you out with those team points. Brilliant show. And now we have a quick finish here now for some of our athletes. UCC and 2DCU battling it out on the home straight for that last point in 6th place. And it looks like Cork's going to take it. 2DCU athletes coming through then. So, brilliant running from our girls here today. Our UCC athlete coming through here now. And our last few just finishing out our good 3K that we've had here this morning. High quality coming through in those low 9s. 9.5 seconds around the 3 laps is good going. Dominant display from our Galway athlete there now. So happy to be taking home a title, taking home that win. So that's our first distance race done for the day. Just finishing up about on time. So we have just coming up to 10 past 11 now. So our women's 100 metre final will be our next event up on track. Really two of those standout events of the weekend. Always our 100 metre sprints are always exciting ones. So we have our women's and our men's coming up. And I'm sure a lot of these athletes will be running our final of the 100 and then coming back for 4x1s later on in the day. So there are women getting ready and setting up their blocks. So our last competitor is coming through of the 3K there now, and as soon as we are ready, those girls are going to be itching to go in that 100. I'm sure the nerves are there. The start's so important in the 100 metres. They'll be looking to get out, hoping to use that nice wind that we have in the home straight here today. Hopefully some quicker times than we saw yesterday. Wind plaguing the hundreds yesterday. Really, no standout times, but qualification was all that mattered to these women. And today, hopefully, is when they can really put the foot down and plant their mark here now. So we'll be coming up to our 100 soon enough. Rhea Kelly, TUD lane 1. Sarah, her college mate, TUD lane 2. Or 2 DCU athletes then. TUS, MTU, UCD. And Seshu's own Arabella, normally a 100 metre hurdler, taking the hurdles out today and running our 100 metre flash, rounds it out. So 6 colleges across our 8 women, which is a good showing. So
I heard you sit mentioning that I'm doing the way for distance, but I was walking by. Are you doing it better? That's the thing, I might pull out for 2 now. I'll pull out for 2 and do the weight load. So the chance of getting better than that, down 1, 2 I'm doing your fast now. What? Facebook is something I want to do in both of those finals.
now 100 metres next up on track for us here. We've lovely Padraig Castle joining us here now. Just finishing his 200 metre semi-finals.
Is this on, is it?
Yeah.
Deadly.
So Padraig knowing all about the hundreds. Not too oftenly run, but
Nah, about 2 years ago I ran them last now, so yeah.
A sprints man all himself.
Sure, trying to keep up with you in that 4 is a bit harder challenge than you think.
I'd say we'd have a good 100 between the two of us.
Oh, 100%.
Would be quick, but it'd be competitive.
Get Jack Raftery in there as well, sure.
I'd like to naively say I beat him, but I'm sure he's not listening now.
He might beg to differ, I'd say.
Preparing for his flight to
Botswana.
Some competition, I don't know what it is. I wouldn't care too much about it.
Oh no, you don't follow that, no?
No, I wouldn't care too much.
Yeah.
But we have our women coming up here, our 8 athletes.
Stunning conditions here today. A little bit of a tailwind behind them as well. So it should be a good race.
I can ask you, having been out on the track, how did you find the wind out there in their 200?
It's a bit in your face at the first half of the bend, anyways, to say the least. But you do get that nice slingshot effect coming off it onto the straight now. So hopefully it stays with them on this 100-meter final now for both the men's and the women. So
yeah. So the ladies just called to their marks here now.
So we have TUD, DCU, DCU, TUS, MTU, UCD, SETU.
All lanes full. Our women looking to stamp their mark here now.
And we're going to see who prevails in this 100-meter final.
Lane 4, 5 and 6 were our semi-final winners yesterday.
And they're off.
Safely away. Fata MTU looking to get out well. DCU looks like a battle
in
between
lane
the two
3,
of them.
Oh, lane 7, UCD, DCU seem to be pulling through last sec. There we go.
DCU 1-2 with
a UCD third.
Debbie coming through for the third.
11:93, the winning time.
It's not too bad with the conditions we have out there today.
Yeah, strong winds there yesterday going into their faces, now going with them today, which is nice to see.
So here's our little replay of our final here. We have DCU definitely in first anyway, but it looked like it could have been close for our second there.
Place. Yeah. Hard to say. I might have jumped the gun there on calling the
Lorraine
places
Harrison
there.
And Debbie really coming close there. Debbie was finishing fast, training under Adam McMullen now, probably really showcasing her 200 strength there.
Alan's athletes are very diverse today, with the likes of Colin Doyle doing the 400 yesterday and Max O'Reilly doing the 200 as we saw earlier today as well. So really stepping up in the distances as we see.
Mm-hmm.
Munching down on a bit of bicarb there, and now Owen Kenny is down at the 100-meter start again now for the men's final. This is going to be an interesting one to say the least now. Michael Farley, Craig Duffy, Kem on the start there as well. This is a big lineup for our 100-meter final, to say the least anyways. Owen Kenny, after leaving me abandoned here now, just on the mic, so you'll have to deal with me waffling for the next 2 minutes, maybe, give or take. No results up yet, anyways, on the women's 100-meter final, so we'll still have to wait and see what the results was for that now.
Now our men's 100 metres coming to our start line here.
Finally decided to come back now.
We've lane 7 empty here now, so we're a 7-man final.
That is... Who is that missing now? That is Carol Taylor Russell.
UCD athlete. So we're just 7 men here now.
Lane 8, very isolated to say the least anyways. And they're off. Strong start there by Kem now, and Craig Duffy up into his running. Michael Farley not too far behind. Kem keeping with them now.
And really is Craig
Duffy pulling away. What a finish. 10.39.
Very
Jesus.
fast from Craig Duffy there.
My
now.
God, in the time of April. And he's just absolutely lapping up the win now.
Yeah, Craig really dominant there now. I got a bit excited with him. It will be close to see between Michael and Kem, who is up for second, but definitely that is our podium.
Very successful indoor season for Craig as well, with his new PB of 6.71, I believe. Don't quote me on that, I may be wrong. But what a final we had there. Kem repping the DCU speed suit. Not many athletes wearing that nowadays, so very nice to see.
Not what I want to see here or have to commentate on this morning, having a DCU 1, 2, 3 on the podium, but I suppose they deserve one. We had one in the 3K yesterday, in the 10K yesterday.
That is very true. Yeah.
Really showing the strength though for certain colleges in these events. Having that 1, 2, 3 is really showing the strength of DCU at the moment.
What a time though! My God, 10.39. God only knows what he'll run in June, come July.
Very fast though. We'll be looking to try and get a win reading on that, seeing if it was legal, because if so, that's really putting down his foot here in April.
Yeah.
Now we are brilliantly joined by our 6th place in the hammer earlier with a new personal best, earning those points for UL. Jack Hickey, how are you doing?
I'm great, yeah. I'm now a hammer thrower. I always have been and always will continue to be. I'm just having a look to see what the IU record is. I may have missed. It's Gary Ryan, so 10.30.
10.30 flat on the dot.
1997, which would have been hand time. So that's certainly, when the era of electronic timing, that's definitely the fastest we've ever seen. All right, wind to be confirmed, but it is certainly
much better conditions than yesterday.
That was what I was getting to, Pádraig. You ran a few rounds of, you're just in the 200 yesterday.
Yeah. The wind was very bitter anyways in the last 50 of that 200 now.
Comfortably through to the final, I believe, in the 200 this morning.
Yeah, very, very tight 200 now, with likes of Max O'Reilly stepping up as well, and Dannon Long putting his foot in as well. So a few names being chucked in now, to say the least.
Very strong across the board. Women's hammer underway. Nicola Tuchel, unfortunately, not starting. A withdrawal, I don't think anything untoward, just giving this one a miss. She's over there supporting her hammer family, though, up in the back of the ring.
Hometown as well, down in Cork. Can't have it any better.
Yeah, the UCD students. So we won't be treated to what had become a usual Saturday morning tradition of Nicola Tuchel getting into the ring and throwing a national under-23 record at the varsities.
That's standard nearly at this stage. You see that nearly every day coming from her at the rate she's going at now.
Let's see. We can't quite make out what's going on over there because the sun is in our eyes. Doesn't look like there's anyone throwing, actually.
Don't see many athletes over there, just the officials standing there.
I think they might have even just got to the end of the competition, because
must have wrapped it
looks like
up.
there's 3 medalists wandering over. So yeah, a bit of a brief lull in proceedings. The next event on the track will be...
Just give us a sec for the timetable to show up now.
No, you're not supposed to say that, Pádraig.
That was my first day behind the mic. Now cut me some slack. A little bit of rusty.
11:35, which is in about 12 minutes time, is the women's 800 metre final. So we'll take a brief break from commentary as we reset and re-go, and we'll be picking up the action. Long jumper or pole vaulters going through final preparations. No real action on the track.
So we are back after those 2 amazing 100 metre finals for 2 more finals as our 400 metre hurdles champion Fintan Dewhurst joins us in the commentary. Fintan, happy with the time today?
Yeah, it's not too bad. That's one of my quicker openers, so I'm happy with that.
What races have you got coming up to chase times?
I have the May Open in May, and there's another race in Belgium, I think, afterwards. It's not the IFAM, for all those people out there.
Another random Belgian meet to run a quick time. And I hear you're off to Botswana. First Donegal man to go to Botswana, potentially?
Potentially, yeah. Might just be, yeah.
Unless Owen Sharkey went across the border on his South African travel. So when are you off for World Relays?
Yeah, I'm off the 21st to South Africa first. So that'll be a training camp there for a bit, and then off to Botswana to keep the bench warm.
Well, who knows? You could be called in. Need someone to carry it. Now we get ready for this women's 800 final. In lane 1, it's Sophia from TCD, Eve Mooney from UL, Aoife Dempsey from TCD, Niamh Murray DCU, Hazel Hughes DCU, Zoe Ritchie UCD, Fove from UL, and Kayla Ryan from TUS. This race is as good as wide open, Sean. I don't think any of the gold or silver medalists from last year are here, so
no, this is all for the taking.
Interesting to see if anyone takes the pace, or are they happy to let it become a sit and kick race?
Wind not as bad as yesterday.
Yeah. Looks like Niamh Murray from DCU is getting out, looking to lead at the break. We'll see how they find themselves. As looks like Fove Almayer from UL hits the front down the back straight. She's going to lead them out from Zoe Ritchie from UCD, followed by Hazel Hughes DCU.
True in 32 for 200. So making it honest
race. So they might all be led to PBs here. Fove's definitely stringing them out. We can see the Trinity College athlete tailing off to the back. So they've come through the 348 seconds. Fove Almayer, Zoe Ritchie, Hazel Hughes, Niamh Murray, a breakaway 4 as they approach the bell.
Coming through the bell here, 62, 63, 64.
Let's see, can Fove take it from gun to tape? So they queue up behind her. 300 to run now. Niamh Murray looks to make a move up past her DCU teammate. And Zoe Ritchie moves up onto Fove's shoulder. Neither of them want to give up that inside lane. But Ritchie hits the front with 200 to run. Still 4 of them there, going stride for stride.
All 3 places still open here.
This is shaping up for a Grand Slam finish. Certainly want to get the crowd on their feet. Hughes comes down the inside, but Ritchie is pulling away. You can see the lactic starting to spike for all of them as they head for the line. Zoe Ritchie is your winner, Hazel Hughes second, Niamh Murray third, Fove Almayer fourth. 209.
Kayla
Nothing
Ryan.
easy about that after heats yesterday. The men's race has a big shoes to fill up to now. The girls are all wrecked after that one.
It's pretty
as you'd expect after an 800, but about as close to final as you can get. A great win for Ritchie of UCD. .209.78 our winning time, so dipping under that 210 barrier. We can see our 100-metre women's medalists collecting their medals. DCU 1-2 in that race. As our men's 800-metre men get ready to go. Let's see. Andrew McGilton and Matthew Fitzpatrick getting ready on the top bend there.
Another wide open final.
Yeah, certainly. Especially should be a serious battle between the two DCU athletes. Callum Hurley and Finn Wood are coming in with the two fast times. Keane O'Boyle, Andrew McGilton probably looking to upset the odds. Kyle Moorhead, second last year, so he'll be looking to climb to the top step for Galway. Ted Collins, Jack O'Donnell, Matthew Fitzpatrick also here, willing to fight it out for points for their teams and medals. Starts to rain a little bit for this race, but I'm sure there'll still be fireworks on the track. Right, Sean, do you want to give us a run through of the field?
So, men's 800 final. Lane 1, we have Ted Collins from UCD. Lane 2, we have Jack O'Donnell from Toos. Lane 3 is Kyle Moorhead from University Galway. We have Keane O'Boyle inside him on lane 4 from UL. Andrew McGilton, lane 5, UCD. Matthew Fitzpatrick out on lane 6 from DCU. Finn Woodyard, lane 7, DCU. And Callum Hurley on the last lane, lane 8 from DCU as well.
Just looking down at the track here, and I can't seem to see Callum Hurley. He might be still making his way over. We are a few minutes ahead on time, but doesn't look like maybe our favourite is towing the line.
We have the flag up. It doesn't think so.
They still haven't been called to their marks, but this is news to us. Callum Hurley, the silver medalist from the National Indoors Senior race, so certainly was going to be a main medal contender here today.
This would leave this 800 field wide open.
Yep.
And we're getting our orders. And we're off. Men's 800 metre final.
Interesting to see who wants to make this pace. Does Finn Woodger want to make it honest with the fastest PB coming in?
At the break, we've Ted Collins taking the move.
Getting out hard from lane 1.
Sitting in behind with Jack O'Donnell, Andrew McGilton, Kyle Moorhead making a move up the inside. Finn Woodger just sitting along in. Keane O'Boyle now coming along.
Yeah,
we're through 229.
Slow off the line,
so
but he's moved
quite
up.
pedestrian.
Looks like no one really wants to take it. I think the wind is a bit into their face down that back straight, or maybe on the bend now, but looks like McGilton's going to come around and hit the front. He made a big move at 400 to go in his heat yesterday.
We're hitting the 300 mark, 45, so still quite in their limit.
Say we're going to see a burn up here over the last lap. Still Collins and McGilton from UCD leading.
Now we've McGilton making a move at the bell. We're going through 58.
Two UCD athletes leading us out. McGilton, Collins, O'Boyle, Woodger. Followed by Matthew Fitzpatrick, Jack O'Donnell and Kyle Moorhead. But it's still the two UCD athletes up front.
Oh, man. Here comes Keane O'Boyle coming around the outside of Ted Collins. And now around the outside of Kyle Moorhead.
Looks like Keane O'Boyle and Finn Woodger are going to battle this out for the win. Woodger sat in the whole way. Looks like Matthew Fitzpatrick's making a move up for the bronze medal. As O'Boyle leads us into the home straight.
This is going to be a cracker.
Finn Woodger is sat on his tail, just like they were in the heat yesterday.
Here comes Woodger.
O'Boyle is holding his form, but Woodger is fighting. O'Boyle is holding on.
Brilliant finish.
O'Boyle is going to do it.
Keane O'Boyle takes it.
O'Boyle is going to win the 800.
152.
153.06 for the Ennis Trackman. What a win. Biased aside, great win for Keane O'Boyle. And UL. I'm sure he is buzzing.
Another brilliant 800 metre final today.
He held off Woodger in the final 80 metres. We can see a replay here of the last 50 metres. Woodger came up, but O'Boyle just held his form to hold on for the win.
Fitzpatrick taking the bronze.
Jack O'Donnell fourth.
I'd say with a couple of PBs in there as well.
I'd say so, yeah. Especially closing. They only went through in 58 seconds, so 53.
A good old varsity's burn up in the 800,
Yeah.
huh?
Was the Keane O'Boyle or Keane Hodgins? How do you think Keane O'Boyle went in that one? Do you think he'll be over the moon?
Look, I'd say the two DCU lads were running scared. We seen one of them not turn up. What's to be expected? Keane is looking magnificent at the minute and got the job done. And shout out to Tate Collins as well. Really ran a great first 400 and good to see him put himself out there.
Yeah. Keane is not one bit biased, but it's still amazing to see Keane O'Boyle. Would love to get him up. I think he's going to be up in the commentary booth later with us, so we can get his play-by-play on how the race went for him, his point of view, the winning point of view. It's like Andrew or Kyle Moorhead is
feeling the heat.
Feeling the heat. It is not. Might be a bit cold on the track, but it's cold up here, but it's not cold on the track. Now we move across to our steeplechase. A varsity staple. Wow. Two cracking 800s there to follow up our 200 finals. Wins for 58 seconds for the first, so someone do the maths there on 55, so a negative split. Keane O'Boyle Classic negative split. The Cobb Classic. Sure the O'Boyle family are watching on at home.
A big race for a big guy.
I'm sure Coach Pat Hogan is over the moon.
Our men's 3K steeple taking the strides of the back straight. Quite a big field.
Big field, yeah. So just to give you a run through before they get going, we have Ben Walsh, UL, Matai Orsaki, DCU, Caelan Geetlin, SETU, Samuel Curtis, MTU, Mate Marek, SETU, Francis Donoghue, UCD, our favourite Mark Hanrahan, UL, Conor Flaherty, UCC, Alan McCutcheon, UL, Adam Berry, MU, Sam Nehan, UCC, Sean O'Connor, UCC, Porrick Flaherty, UG, Patrick Kelly, SETU, and Keane Law, DCU. So 15 athletes for a steeplechase, so it'll be tricky enough to navigate some of these barriers if there's a good bit of traffic. We'll see if someone wants to lead this one out. I'd say Mark Hanrahan probably fancies going gun to tape here. He was second last year in a UL record of 8:55, only losing out to Jonah Stafford, who ran an IUAA record on the same day. So they look to set the barriers to the correct height. You can see our water jump has been filled. So lads go through their final preparations. So we're due to get underway at our 3000 steeplechase at 11:55. So we're a few minutes ahead on schedule at the moment, because that men's 800 is only meant to start now. So a few minutes ahead for anyone watching or tuning in for any races later. There's no guarantee we'll still be ahead then, though. There's plenty of races still to come.
Perfect conditions for the steeple. The wind has seemed to died.
Yeah. Oh, we see Ben Walsh clip a hurdle on the back straight. Hopefully he doesn't clip a barrier.
Will we have a splash?
Oh, hopefully not, for their sake. I'm sure still haven't seen Cobb like walk around the bit. But he's getting sick over there.
He's probably in a lot of pain.
We can only speculate about Keano Boyle's location at the moment. Yet to make it back around to the 1500 start where his bag is.
The discus final out in the field.
Tom Ferricker UL there, out collecting his discus. He was third in the high jump yesterday. Looks like they're having some issues setting up the steeplechase to the correct height here, just at the 100 metre start. Nothing easy about setting the heights of these steeples. Here's some planes fly over us here. Still looks like they're trying to get this barrier set to the correct height here down under us as the discus stays going. These slippy conditions for the athletes as our steeple athletes complete their final strides. The measuring tape is out to make sure that barriers are set to the correct height. We wait to get underway.
Rain's starting to fall now.
Looks like they've got it. They're moving up the barrier. So fear the lads will get to jump at a lower height. See Dara Mulrooney and Seamus Clark down under us for their respective walks and 5Ks later. Looks like they've got the barrier set correctly now, and we might be ready to get underway in this steeplechase. Looks like Ben Walsh is receiving some tactical advice from Paul Collins on the back straight.
No better man.
No better man.
Father of Ted Collins, who made his IUA comeback today.
Yeah, for a long absence. So good to see Ted back.
Reckon a PB.
Well, I'd say so. Certainly gave it a good run for the first 600 metres. Probably 157 again. So back-to-back 157s for the UCD athlete. And you can see Keano Boyle and Ted Collins under us. We might see if we can get Keano Boyle up here. Keen! We're going to see if we can rob the 800 metre champion here for a quick play-by-play of his.
We'll be lucky enough to get a few words
as we wait for the 800. Hello, Mr. O'Boyle, the new IUA 800 metre champion. How are we feeling after that?
Very tired, sore, not enjoyable experience, but glad it's over now. And I can sit here and do nothing for the rest of the day. Well, bar 4x4 actually.
Yeah, I think warm downs have become optional after that one. So, what was the move?
The move was hang in there, go through in what felt like a 54, but it was probably a 58. Move on the back straight when the wind is in my back, and then just try hold on. And I think I did that, so very happy overall.
Looked like that from up here. Held your form. Do you think the coach will be happy?
The coach will never be fully happy, but no, hopefully he's happy. Last year I was on comms, I said one day I might make him proud. Hopefully today is that day. But well, the main event now is on. Mark Hanrahan to complete the Ennis Track 4-peat we're on at the moment. Alan and Ben Walsh also strong medal contenders, so we're looking forward to a great race here.
It's great to be able to get play-by-play insights from our champion here. I'm sure he's happy to one-up his sister who went second last year in the women's race, yeah. So he went gold.
Talented family. Looks like our steeplemen are starting to gather.
Yeah, still waiting.
Still on schedule.
We're just ahead. Ted Collins has gone very camera shy behind us. As the boys look to get ready, they've been standing there waiting, so hopefully it hasn't let them get too cold. You see them start to line up. Ben Walsh on the inside, Matai Orsaki lined up beside him. Caelan Gutton, SE2 beside him, Samuel Curtis, Matai Marek, Francis Dunhu, Mark Hanrahan, Conor Flaherty, Alan McCutcheon, Adam Berry, Sam Nehan, Sean O'Connor, Padraig Ferty, Patch Kelly, and outside Keane Law.
So Hanrahan our outright favourite?
I'd say so, after probably the clear fastest PB in the field. But you never know with steeplechase. It's a long way and a lot of barriers, a lot of places where it can go wrong. So I'm sure he'll be looking to take it one barrier at a time. The Ennis Trackman and UL club captain. Also, if you want to get more Mark Hanrahan coverage, you can tune into the 1500 final this evening, where Mark will be looking to pull off the double. Well, he has to pull off the first part of the double now. Looks like they're called on their marks.
Starters orders. And we are off.
Away they go. So the first 200 metres they have no barriers, so they'll take their first barrier here just past the start finish line, and from there they'll have 5 barriers including the water jump a lap. So it looks like we have Francis Dunhu of UCD leading them out for the first 100 metres. Mark Hanrahan sat on his shoulder with Matai Orsaki in lane 1.
Hanrahan taking the early lead.
Yeah, he obviously doesn't want to hang around. Inspired by his teammate Keano Boyle's victory, I'd imagine. See Orsaki up on his shoulder. We'll see how they go. Little stutter into the first one, but they all start to get their eye in. Looks like Keane Law, Conor Flaherty and Ben Walsh tagging onto the back of that front group. We also have Alan McCutcheon and Pádraig Faherty in that group as well.
Field spreading out early.
Bronze medal winner last year for Galway, and 4th place at National Senior, so he'll be looking probably try get his name on, get that silver medal position. As they're strung out by Hanrahan. So 1 lap down, 6.5 to go for these athletes as they approach their first water jump. Be making or breaking of many of their races, and they're up over it. Hanrahan's over clear. Little stutter from some of them. It's like Ben Walsh taking it unbelievably well. Let's see. Hanrahan or Orsaki maybe have 3 or 4 metres on Francis Donoghue, followed by Alan McCutcheon. Ben Smith joins us late as ever. He come around to 600 metres. Mark Hanrahan threw in 1:48, so 9-minute pace.
It's definitely not hanging around.
They've all cleared the barriers well so far, but a long way to run, and these barriers get higher as they fatigue more and more. Group of 3 sort of edging away from the rest of the field as they tick off nearly another lap once they clear this barrier.
So a lot of running left to do.
The race only starts at 2k anyway for these lads most of the time. Let's see, as they approach the water jump for the second time. So they're over it clear. Looks like Hanrahan may be starting to steal a few yards as they approach the kilometre mark, so this will sort of give us a gauge of what they're on for 3 kilometres. So Hanrahan leads us through. Just going to be outside the 3-minute mark, 3:01 possibly. So similar pace to what he ran last year. Hanrahan really stringing them out now. We have single file and quite large gaps the whole way through the race. Oh no, I said you won up there and got the gold medal. Back to the action on the track. They come round to the water jump for the 3rd time.
Hanrahan takes it very well.
He's certainly starting to clear out now. So Hanrahan comes up. He'll have 4 laps to run from the finish line. Orsaki clear, Francis Donoghue, followed by Alan McCutcheon and Pádraig Faherty, but it's still Hanrahan out front. He clips off another 72-73 second lap there. So the P and match student is tipping nicely. You can see Alan McCutcheon and Pádraig Faherty working together here, working their way through the field, followed by Keane Law and then Ben Walsh UL.
A battle on here for the bronze medal.
But it's still Hanrahan down the back straight, really opening up the gap now. It's probably gone from 20 to 50 metres in the space of a lap. Takes that one well. Probably the class of the field. The bookies probably had him odds on to win it, and he's performing to that now, that level. We don't want to jinx him yet though. As he approaches the water jump, over clean as he has been. Clearly his technique work has been paying dividends so far.
So UCD falling into second.
Yeah, so the Clonliffe athlete the DCU athlete is starting to struggle. It looks like Pádraig Faherty's moving up every lap. Hanrahan's going to come through with 3 laps to run, so he'll be 2/3 of the way through once he gets down the back straight. He's still hurdling really well though. making light work of this field.
Padraig Flaherty starting to push into the medals.
Yeah, he certainly paced himself well. He was third last year. He'd be hoping to get up for silver this year. The man on his Erasmus in France, I believe. You see Ben Walsh making his way through the start-finish line.
That's a debut in the outdoors for Ben Walsh.
First outdoors for Ben. Hanrahan comes through 2 kilometres in 6:05, so a 3:01 followed by a 3:04 kilometres. We'll see if he can finish hard and maybe close sub 9 minutes for the 3 kilometres. Just no easy running, especially even without the barriers.
Actually, sorry, he's in 5th or 6th.
You see Hanrahan comes up, 2 laps to run. We'll see Ken Nason manning the lap counter.
Francis Donoghue still holds on to the second place.
Yeah, he's gritting it out, but I think Padraig Flaherty is catching him every lap. Hanrahan clears it. He has 9 barriers left to clear before he'll be crowned the champion.
Padraig making his move here.
A good move for the man called Podge from Galway. His Eminem style haircut, so if you've got a haircut like that, you better live up to the billing. It looks like we have Alan McCutcheon moving into 4th, but it looks like Cian Law is really coming through the field. So we could see a big battle here for points. So Hanrahan comes up to his penultimate water jump. 550 metres to run from here, and he clears it well, like he has all day. So he comes into the home straight for the second last time. As he clears that one well. Here he comes, he's going to get the bell. Ken Nason is ringing that bell with passion, Hanrahan, here he goes. 350 metres to run. He is flying down around that back bend. Padraig Flaherty. We see Padraig Flaherty gets the bell here, Benito, so Francis Donoghue just taking it just behind him. But it's all about Hanrahan. Cian Law taking the bell now in 4th. Alan McCutcheon in 5th. See Matt Iorsaki coming through to take the bell.
Hanrahan's last water jump here.
Clear as well. Takes it clear. He can enjoy now this run into the finish. We're going to see Ennistrack go back to back for UL. Another win for Coach Pat Hogan. He's becoming like Willie Mullins at this competition.
Hanrahan coming in here to finish. Your men's steeple champion.
The silver from last year is upgraded to a gold. And 9:06 for the big man from Ennistrack.
A little celebration and all for us.
He's nothing if not a showman.
Padraig with a brilliant run for second. Clears his last.
I see Padraig Flaherty make the sprint into finish. A really well-paced run from the UG man.
Beautifully timed.
He upgrades his bronze last year to silver.
And Francis O'Donoghue is going to take our bronze.
So a bronze medal for UCD is Cian Law, who also paced himself really well, comes through for 4th. We can see a bit of a spurt here from Alan McCutcheon, but it's going to be too little, too late for Alan. 5th for McCutcheon. Paddy Iorsaki is going to come in for 6th with Ben Walsh in 7th. As you see Ben Walsh cross the finish line in front of us here. 10:07. Conor Flaherty coming through now to finish for UCC. The best hedge cutter in all of Clonmel, I believe.
To say?
We could say that. Maybe the whole of Tipperary, I'm yet to know. You can see the rest of the field start to filter on through.
A good start to the distance today for UL.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back wins. So that's 14 big points on the board. What, 9:06 for Hanrahan. MTU athletes finishing with speed here. Amazing to have that much energy after a 3K steeple. Next race on the program, the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. You can see the medal presentation for the 800s going on beneath us here.
So, our men's 800 metre winners.
Matthew Fitzpatrick in third. So they receive his medal there. Finn Woodger, DCU. And our gold medalist, Keano Boyle from UL. We can see that "That's my man" shouts "Wear out" from Ben Lean Smith and Daniel Buckley in the background. I'm sure all happy with their showing so far. I'm sure all looking forward to their 4x4s. We see Keano Boyle getting his picture taken on his own by, I'm going to guess that's Mark Hanrahan's mother.
One for the UN.
I think he just narrowly missed the UL record though, so he'll be slightly disappointed with that, so he'll have to come back next year for more. Still 4 medals for Keano Boyle across the 4 varsity events this year. Bronze in cross country, gold as part of the UL team in road relays, bronze indoors, and gold outdoors. So
Quite the collector.
Quite the collector. He has an eye for gold. He's like a magpie. An eye.
So, next on track, our women's steeple. Quite a smaller field. Only 5 athletes. Alice Cashman from UCC, Meg from UL, Kate McChrystal from UCD, Alison Walsh from UCD, and Elizabeth from UCC.
So they're all guaranteed. 5 athletes, 3 medals. We'll see who can.
All guaranteed points.
All guaranteed points to their teams if they can finish the race. So 1 or 2 points could be deciding of any of these team competitions across the 20 events, probably 20, 25 events across the men's side and women's sides. Comes down to fine margins.
Still running quite the schedule.
Yeah, we're holding well. I think they're just looking to drop the steeplechases to the correct women's height. Five athletes not on the line yet, but I'm sure they're not far from the start line. The girls get ready to get going here over on the back straight. Go through their final preparations, getting runs over the barriers. Just to give you an update on some of the field events that we had earlier on today. In the triple jump, Daphne Two-Win from DCU was our winner. Quiva McDonough, ATU, was second. Grace Fitzgerald, UCD, third. Leah Maloney, UL, fourth. Michaela Supertova from SETU, fifth. Aveen Farrell, UL, sixth. So only 2 metres separating our top six in that one. We still wait for the women's 3K to get underway over on the back straight. So they're getting the gun ready to start them off. The girls are all ready to go as they're lined up on the start line across from us. All 5 are towing the line. Alex Cashman, Megadon.
We're on starters' orders.
Kate Crystal.
And we're away.
So, just like the men, they're going to have a clean run through the first 200 metres before they meet their first barrier. That's 7 laps from the finish line.
Another quite open race.
Yeah. Most definitely, especially over the barriers, an extra factor being thrown in. A rhythm breaker for most of them. So they approach the first barrier. All 5 still together. Cashman leads us out. As they all take it clear. It's a long way to the finish from here though, so anything can happen. And Cashman leads us over the second barrier. down the back straight. They'll have 1 lap completed now once they clear the next barrier. All 5 girls still there together. As they approach the first water jump, Alex Cashman leads us out, followed by 2 UCD athletes, 1 UL and 1 QCC, as they all we had 2 maybe not fallers but stumblers into the water there, but they're all still going. That is the main thing, and looks like Alex Cashman is starting to build a lead here, the UCC athlete, followed by Kate McChrystal, UCD, and Meg O'Donovan, UL. It looks like the other 2 athletes who struggled in the water jump have closed up that gap already, so 6 laps to run for our leader. Cashman probably has 10 metres on Kate McChrystal, and then the other 4 athletes are all there together, a metre separating them. They'll have 800 metres completed once they get up to the top of this straight.
Alex Cashman with a 20 metres?
20 metres, I'd say, yeah, and it's probably grown to the lap, and we'll see how she goes over the water jump here. That's probably where her lead started to grow last year, or last lap. So, it's a turn into the water jump here on the top bend in MTU. Cashman still leading.
She's over clean.
She's over clean. Well taken, to be fair. As the rest of them all clear it. Well, all over clear. So, still Cashman up front. They'll be completing 1 kilometre once they get down in front of us, and 5 laps to run from there. A third of the way done for our steeplechase athletes. So they make their way around the top bend by the new MTU Arena. See, still Cashman leading. Her lead growing every lap. .1200 metres completed now once they jump this barrier. Looks like Lizzie Babcock of UCC has moved into 3rd, with Meg O'Donovan of UL 4th. And Kate McChrystal still in 2nd as they approach the water jump for the 3rd time. All looking to go clear again. Cashman's over it very well. Oh, McChrystal takes a stumble in at that time. Well taken by Babcock. As Cashman rears onto the home straight. She'll have a mile to run once she passes down in front of us. So Cashman with a substantial lead here. Be halfway once she gets around to the hammer cage. So the UCC athlete in 3rd, smiling up to that home crowd here in Cork, enjoying this 3,000 metre steeplechase. I don't know anyone can enjoy this, but each their own. So they approach 4 laps completed here, and they'll take the water jump again once they go around behind the pole vault mat. Cashman still our leader. Lead takes it well, over clear. The UCC athlete is moving nicely over the barrier so far. Well taken by the UCC athlete. And the use.
We have a faller. Meg O'Donovan from UL.
So hopefully she can dust herself off and get going again. Yep, she gets back running again.
Looking for her, she would not be the first UL athlete to fall in the steeplechase.
No, I couldn't imagine who else has fallen into the steeplechase, but shows a level of commitment to get going again as Cashman leads us with 3 laps to run for the UCC athlete, followed by the UCD's Meg Crystal and Lizzie Babcock of UCC. And to be fair to O'Donovan, she's back and running again.
Great recovery.
I'm going to say she's drenched, but fair play to her, she is persevering.
A man with experience.
Yeah. Don't recommend going for a swim during the steeplechase. As Cashman makes her way down the back straight. She'll have a kilometre to run.
It looks like our medals are fairly defined.
Yeah, big gaps out here. Probably a battle for 4th and 5th. O'Donovan's done well since the fall, but we see Cashman come around to the water jump again, hoping to navigate it. They'll have 2 laps to run as Cashman comes into the home straight. So you can see Cashman 2 laps to run. Probably the lead hasn't grown any bit in the last couple of laps, but it's very hard to close anything down. You see Cashman makes her way up behind the hammer cage here in MTU with 700 metres to run. So she'll take the bell when she comes around next time. She takes a couple glances over her shoulder there, making sure her lead is as stable. She'll have 600 metres to run from here as she passes the start-finish line, or the start line.
Second last water jump.
Penultimate water jump. Clears it well. Probably been the winning move today is that her water jumps have been probably by far the best in the field as a UCD athlete. Clears it well. Still Cashman by 40 metres as she comes into the home straight for the penultimate time. She'll take the bell here. So the crowd roars as Cashman takes the bell. As a UCD athlete takes the bell also. See our leader heads out on her final lap. She's held this gap out on her own the whole way. Not easy thing to do. Makes her way towards the final 250 metres, taking another glance over her shoulder.
3 rounds to go.
Our bronze medal athletes takes the bell also. See a good battle here for 4th and 5th under us. Cashman heads into the water jump for the final time, looking to navigate this on her way to IUA gold for UCC. Takes it well. She's over and clear. 1 barrier left to clear.
Cashman rounds into the straight. Last jump, she's clear. From gun to tape, in front of the home crowd.
Dominant victory for the UCC athlete.
She gets a huge roar here. She comes in. And our women's 3,000 metre steeplechase champion, Alex Cashman.
11:28 the winning time as the UCD athlete comes in for second. She's congratulated by her UCC teammates.
Looks like we'll have a UCC 1-3 here.
Yeah. Serious running by UCC. Obviously putting in good steeple work on their new track down in the Mardyke Arena. As we see our final two athletes take the water jump for the final time. Meg O'Donovan for UL in fourth. Let's see if the UCD athletes can muster up a kick to pip
So
her
Elizabeth
fourth.
from UCC is taking third.
Bronze medal for her. So plenty of points on the board for UCC in the
A good fight here on for fourth. UCD battling hard. We're going to have a very close finish here.
Looks like the UCD
She's-
athlete is going to edge it.
Brilliant kick to take fourth.
Meg O'Donovan, who went swimming earlier in the race, comes home for fifth and secured 2 points for UL in the team battle. So we look to get the steeplechase barriers moved off the track now and prepare for our women's 400 metre final. See if we can get a start list for you for this one. So, Sean, do you want to run us through our women's 400 metre final?
So, Carlotta Malaga from TUD, Avi Ford from TUD, Sophie Walker UL, Lauren McCourt UL, Cara Kelly from SETU, Aisling Stratford from DCU, Daisy Walker DCU, and Clara Daly ATU.
So, a wide open field there. 8 athletes, all looking to fight it out for points to their respective colleges. I'm sure it'll be none of their last race either. I'm sure they'll all be roped into 4x4s as the nature of varsities is. You can see all our stewards helping to set up the track here for the lane with the blocks.
Lauren McCourt from UL was the fastest in the women's 400 semis,
so
with a 58.47.
But nothing separating any of them.
No.
Other heats won in 58.94 and 58.87, so 0.4 of a second separating our top 3 qualifiers. So
Looks
all
like
to play for here.
We're on for a bit of a DCU UL battle again.
Yeah, certainly. Could go either way. We'll see how everyone's recovered after their heats yesterday. Some of them may have been competing in other races.
Not an easy turnaround.
No,
let me tell you.
Not an easy about 1 400, let alone 2, and I'm sure most of them will have raced relays yesterday evening, or if not, will be racing relays tomorrow evening, or this evening. So the women's 400 metres is going to post at 12:45. I don't know, are we going to expedite things and get them going sooner, but the blocks are certainly set up, so bear with us here. You see the athletes going through their final preparations on the back straight. They start to make their way around to the blocks. You see 3 athletes already walking around, so
looks like we will take advantage of the...
Yeah, we might mean we get out of here a bit earlier this evening. No, we won't jinx anything. As I say, anything can happen. We have a couple of walks coming up which could go any which way time-wise. You know, we can see Usheen Lane is down to compete. Seamus Clark, Matthew Glennon, so some of the top walkers this country has to offer. Also, the joy of varsity is some of the athletes maybe you see further back in the field in the slightly questionable technique. on show. Oh. Uh, 15 minutes. Well, probably 10 minutes by the time this starts. Like they were meant to start at 12:45, they'll probably start at like 12:35. But they said the one still after hours, so.
We have Bentley Smith in the Normatic boots behind us.
Is Derek Hendy do you want to take over our resident 400 metre expert? Give the vocals a break. I'll let the 2 or 400 metre athletes, ex-800 metre athletes take over.
That is a very big stretch calling me a 400 metre athlete, but I will take the compliment.
So we have the women's race up first.
Have you a favourite, Darren?
I think it's hard to look past Aisling Stratford. I feel she's gone very close to sub 55 indoors this year. So she's the one to beat in my eyes, but I wouldn't discount her DCU teammate Daisy Walker either, a 54 runner at her best, and also UL's Lauren McCourt ran her first 400 in 2 years yesterday, so she's on the way back, so to say. So she'll be looking to make her mark as well.
Myself and Luke, with all our 400 expertise, weren't too far off with the UL DCU battle. So
yeah, it is. These points will be crucial here. DCU will be looking to maximise their points, but UL also have 2 athletes in this race. Sophie Walker as well will be looking to score for UL. Returning for this final in lane 5, we have the bronze medalist from the women's 400 hurdles, Cara Kelly from SETU. SETU also making a bit of a charge this weekend, especially on the men's side, but their women's side aren't doing too bad either, so can't be discounted for one of those podium positions in the overall team.
Definitely putting themselves on the map this year.
Yeah.
Am I right in saying second indoors?
Yeah, the men's team were second indoors. I think Marcus Lawler, Kate Veal, they're all doing great work down across the campuses in Carlow and Waterford, so I suppose it's good to see a few more colleges mixing it up here. It's not just the same big few all the time. Interesting athlete in lane 2, Ave Ford, primarily maybe 100, 200 athlete, stepping up to test her endurance for TUD, so she'll probably look to go out hard in this one and see how she can bring it home then. It looks like we only have 7 athletes taking to the line, but the looks of it, we don't have Carlotta Malaga from TUD in lane 1. So it's just 7 athletes taken to the line here. 2 UL, 2 DCU, 1 TUD, 1 SETU and 1 ATU.
So we are at the starter's discretion. Let's see. And we're off.
All athletes away safely. Lauren McCourt looks to have taken a stride or 2 out of Cara Kelly of SETU. Very even start between Aisling Stratford and Daisy Walker. Daisy Walker maybe taking a few steps out of our ATU athlete on the outside, but at the moment it does look to be Lauren McCourt who absolutely looks to be powering through this field. Lauren McCourt in the lead at 200. Daisy Walker and Aisling Stratford still running very, very well. The stagger will unfold in Lauren's favour, but the 2 UCD girls coming really, really strong now. It looks to be Aisling Stratford who's going to come into the lead on the home straight, just in ahead of Lauren McCourt. Aisling Stratford holding very strong, and Daisy Walker coming on the outside as well. But it's Aisling Stratford who's going to take the win. Lauren McCourt holding on for second. And it's going to be Sophie Walker from UL taking fourth place as well in a very, very strong run. So that's, I suppose, tit for tat between UL there and DCU. DCU first and third, UL second and fourth. Leaving very little between the two sides.
Pretty much an even split there in points.
I think so. I think Sophie Walker ran very well to get up for fourth. Yeah, she's first year UL, so yeah, she ran the heat yesterday, but this is her outdoor varsity's final debut.
Newport AC.
Newport AC, yeah, a little bit of bias there, fellow clubmate, but great to see her getting a performance like that. Got to the final indoors, maybe wasn't too impressed with her time, but did very, very well there to get up for fourth place, and we will have to wait to see those times. But again, it was Aisling Stratford who came through, probably a new personal best in 54.54. Very respectable time. Lauren McCourt was second, Daisy Walker was third, and then Sophie Walker from UL was fourth.
Another cracker of a final here today.
Yeah, very, very impressive.
So our men's 400 metre semis.
If that women's race was a cracker, I think we could be in for a treat in this next one. A mix of 400 metre athletes, 200 metre athletes, whatever you want. So in lane 1 we have Colin Doyle of MTU, has been a staple on the Irish men's 4x1 team on that third leg. Stepping up in distance this weekend, Jack Graney of UL. This is his second consecutive men's varsities outdoor 400 metre final after making the final last year. Owen Kenny, our indoor champion. Sean Harding of Toos, I think he was our indoor 200 metre champion. David Bosch was a national senior 400 metre medalist last year in 2025. Joe Doody, our medalist at the indoors in the 200 this year, and has been on numerous Irish men's 4x4 teams. Darren Masterson, DCU, ever consistent, made the indoor final this year. And then I suppose what you might call a 200 metre specialist in Dara Murphy, stepping up again in distance this year. So this will be a very interesting one to see how it plays out. I would be expecting our 200 metre athletes to take it to the rest of them in the first half of the race, and then maybe looking towards our 400 metre athletes, the likes of Owen Kenny and Joe Doody, to really come through strong in that latter half of the race. Of course, Doody and Kenny were in the same heat yesterday, which made it for a very interesting race on the first day. I think both athletes just trying to get through the heats. I don't think they revealed their cards too much, to be honest.
We had David Bosch, the fastest out of the heats, but as we know, means very little in a 400 metre final.
Yeah. Again, points on offer here. UCD with 3 athletes in this race will be looking to score big, and I'd say that bodes very well for their men's 4x4 team later, if all those athletes take to the line for that as well. Of
Always
course,
very strong over 400.
Yeah, UCD, I remember in Belfast 2 years ago, they swept the relays. They had mixed 4x4, men and women's 4x4, and men and women's 4x1, all won those relays. So not to be messed with when it comes to the relays.
No.
UL will be looking to score big points here, with 2 athletes as well. Maybe looking to get one on DCU, who only have 1 athlete in this final, in Dara Masterson. So
a big
opportunity for UL, and it needs to be made the most of.
For what is most likely a very close battle for the men's title.
Yeah. I think UL had a lead going in overnight, but DCU have been charging through this day with 1 and 2 in the men's 100, 2 and 3 in the men's 800, although UL did take first.
All to play for.
All to play for. And it'll be right down to the wire, I'd say, this evening. So they're under starters' orders now, just waiting for the final few athletes to get behind their blocks. So again, it's Colin Doyle, Jack Graney, Owen Kenny, Sean Harding, one of the UCD athletes, I think Joe Doody maybe, or not entirely sure. Darren Masterson and then Darren Murphy on the outside lane.
And we are off.
All athletes away safely, and Darren Murphy looks to have made a very fast start on the outside. Owen Kenny's taken a stride or two out of Sean Harding. Colin Doyle, our 200-metre specialist, has gone past Jack Rainey in lane 2. Colin Doyle charging. Oh, Colin Doyle has actually dropped out. Owen Kenny making a move on Sean Harding, but it's still Darren Murphy on the outside lane running very strongly. Joe Doody starting to make an inroads coming around the bend as well. I think it's going to be Darren Murphy ahead of Joe Doody just coming into this final. Owen Kenny will look to come home strong now as well.
Kenny giving it a right go here on the outside lanes.
Darren Murphy coming through very strongly as well. It's going to be a UCD 1-2-3 in the men's 400. Oh, Darren Murphy slightly tying up. Okay, UCD 1-2-3 in the men's 400. Darren Murphy from Joe Doody from David Bosch, I think, was the run. A 47.51 time for Darren Murphy.
Hanging around.
No, that's very impressive for primarily a 200 man. Maybe he is making a switch this outdoor season. So yeah, UCD will take max points in that. They'll take home 12 points. Now, because they did have 3, it does mean that Jack Rainey in 7th place will still score, which will be important points for UL. Darren Masterson finished in... Owen Kenny was 4th, Sean Harding was 5th, and Darren Masterson may have got up for 6th place, just ahead of Sean Harding from Toos, and then it was Jack Rainey in 7th. Very impressive runs from all of them. Bit of a strange race, I felt. So all the focus was on those 3 outside lanes of UCD. Coming up next, we have the walks. I think we might be getting someone else in to talk about them.
Would not be our area of expertise, the walks.
To say the least. Barry Clavin is supposed to be coming up to do the walks. Now, I wouldn't be surprised.
A man with experience.
I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see Barry Clavin doing the walk. So I think we'll wait and see. That is Jack Hickey warming up for the triple jump down there.
Versatile.
Yeah, he competed in the hammer throw this morning, claiming 6th place.
We'll always give you a good relay leg.
Yeah, we'll see if he gets a run out this evening. I suppose in the men's triple jump, we'll be looking towards the likes of UL's Aaron O'Connor, who's what I called he's going for the double-double. He's won indoors last year, outdoors last year, indoors this year. So he'll be going for the outdoor title again this year. And
quite the feat.
Again, yeah, will be a nice few points for UL if he can complete it. I suppose he's never lost an InterVarsity's triple jump competition. He's only in 2nd year, so he'll be looking to keep that streak going.
We have our results for the women's 400 metre final. So Aisling Stratford from DCU, our winner in 54.56. Lauren McCourt UL in 56.52. Daisy Walker DCU in 56.81. And Sophie Walker UL for 4th in 57.
Yeah, I can tell you that's a PB for Sophie Walker down in 4th place. Something she'll be very pleased with.
Brilliant result.
Yeah,
for first year.
I think it could be a right ding-dong battle in that women's 4x4 between DCU, UCD and UL. UL have the likes of Jenny Sawyer, who competed in the 400 metre hurdles to bring into that 4x4.
We had a 2nd this morning.
And UCD, while they didn't have anyone in that top 4 in the women's 400 final, they do have the likes of Cara Murphy they can call on, that won the 400 hurdles. Molly Horahan, who ran a storming leg of the mixed 4x4 yesterday. Zoe Ritchie, who won the 800. So we could see
quite the mix.
Yeah, we could see a lot of athletes going in that 4x4 who've done other events throughout the day. So those relays at the end of the day are not ones that you want to be missing. Looks like there's a slight break just while they're fixing up these hurdles. Do we have start lists for the walk? No? That's okay. I know our indoor champion was Holly Shaughnessy from UL, so she'll be looking to make her mark here again today. I think I saw on the entry list the other day that we might see Kira Wilson-Bowen of DCU, always a very strong name, and also, not one to be discounted, Aisling Lane of University of Galway. We'll see her brother Oisín compete in the walks later for UL. Might be looking for a sibling win today.
So we are 25 minutes ahead of schedule. Must be a first for our intervarsities.
That's in my 2 years experience of intervarsities, that's never happened. Yeah, I don't know if we can run ahead of schedule. We can definitely run late, but are we allowed?
We can for sure run late. Our women's walkers starting to gather on the back straight. Following our women's walk, we have the men's 3K walk. Very strong UL outfit in that.
Yeah, there's a very strong UL outfit. Also, DCU with the likes of Matthew Glennon, one to look out for as well. So it could be a nice battle between all of them. Of course, we're going to see Seamus Clark, who's fresh off his trip to Brazil last weekend for the World Race Walking Team Championships.
A change of scenery down here.
Yeah, quite a contrast, to be honest. Quite a shorter distance as well, 7 kilometers shorter. I think he had a 10k last weekend, so this 3k will feel quite different.
Looks like we will run ahead of schedule here.
Yeah, lovely. And just in the corner of your shot on camera, you can see a wild Owen Kenny suffering after that 400 hurdles just at our javelin runway. Yeah.
What the 400 does to you.
Yeah, if you ever think of starting the 400, just take a look at this beforehand. Despite his current position, I have no doubt we will see him back in action later in a 4x4. Quite the athlete for UL, always gives his best.
Forever reliable.
Forever reliable. Indoors, he ran 2 rounds the 400, claimed gold there. Ran the mixed 4x4 where he claimed gold, and then produced a storming anchor leg to pip DCU by 0.01 of a second in the 4x2 and get bronze. So 4 races, 3 medals indoors. Yeah, one of the workhorses of UL
busy
athletics.
Weekend.
Busy weekend. Was part of the mixed 4x4 team that came second yesterday, and they'll be looking to produce another good performance in the men's 4x4 later as well, where he could be joined by the likes of Jack Rainey, Fintan Dewhurst, possibly our 800 metre champion Keano Boyle if he's around. We'll have to wait and see what those teams are going to be later.
One thing is for sure, we will have a cracker of a 4x4 later.
Oh, they can. Yeah, they're always entertaining. I think I saw one of the things that was being advertised online by some TikTok accounts where the battle we could see in the men's 4x1 between DCU and UCD. Of course, DCU swept the men's 100 metres with 1, 2 and 3, but UCD, they could throw in the likes of Dara Murphy, who we just saw winning the 400, into their 4x1. We could see Jesse Osas, who's in the final of the 200 later. So, of course, in those 4x1s, the important thing is about getting the baton around. DCU did not make it around last year in the heats, and will be looking to put those demons to rest here today. I wonder if we'll see a team from MTU here, I know Colin Doyle pulled up in that 400, but we have to wait and see. I know they didn't make the baton didn't make it around for them last year, and they had a very strong team. So we just have to wait and see. So we have the start list for the women's walk first. So we've Ciara Wilson-Bowen, DCU, Aisling Lane, University of Galway, Saoirse Kennedy, TUD, Baveen Hosty, University of Galway, Maeve O'Connor, SETU, Holly Shaughnessy, UL, and Keelan Duggan, also of UL. And then the men's 3K walk, so I was correct. Barry Clavin will not be commentating on the men's 3K walk as he is competing in the men's 3K walk.
We will have to make do with our expertise on the walk.
Andrew Glennon, TUS, Shane McGrath, CTU, Giovanni Salvatore, TUD, David Blastic, SETU, Seamus Clark, UL, Oisin Lane, UL, Matthew Glennon, DCU, Pat Fennell, MTU, and Patrick Kelly, SETU. So some people might be wondering where an ever staple in the walk for UL's Grode Coffee is, but he's been replaced today,
Retirement
unfortunately.
for Grode Coffee. No doubt will make an appearance today.
Maybe later in the day, though. In the triple jump final, we'll just run through the competitors. So Aaron O'Connor, UL, Isaac Akinjewe, SETU, Corentin Molik, TUD, Lee Prendergast, SETU, David Igwe, SETU, Jack Hickey, UL, Josh Egan, DCU, and Harry Jackson, University of Ulster. We might just go through the results then of the men's pole vault. So Jamie Paul of University of Ulster took gold with 390. Alex Neff of UCC took second with 360, and Taiwo Aderini of SETU took third with 315. And in the women's 3K steeple final, our winner was Alex Cashman of UCC in 11:28. Kate McChrystal of UCD in second with 11:36, and Elizabeth Babcock of UCC in third with 12:16.
Cashman leading, gun to tape.
Yeah, it was a very impressive run by her. We also have the results of the men's discus final. So Corey Scanlon of SETU took gold with 44.41. Callum Keating was second for UL with 34.14. Podrick McCarthy of MTU took third with 32.92. So, interestingly here, DCU in fourth place, UL in second and fifth. So that'll be a nice points tally for UL there, pushing them, just getting a little nod on DCU in that event. Of course, SETU also scoring in this event. SETU could be in a very strong position for the likes of that Throws Trophy, doing very well this weekend, and also that men's overall team title. Putting multiple athletes in those field events. And the official results for the men's 400, Dara Murphy UCD 47.48, Joe Doody UCD 47.63, and David Bosch UCD 47.79. Very impressive runs.
Clean sweep for UCD.
Clean sweep from UCD. We've seen a couple of clean sweeps this weekend. UL in the men's 10K, DCU in the men's 100, and there we have UCD in the men's 400. I suppose showing the strength and depth in some of the events in those colleges. We still are not getting underway with the women's walk. They might be waiting for the actual time. There's Barry Clavin behind us. Are you preparing to walk?
I am not preparing to walk.
No? Okay, you're down on the start list, so we thought you were.
No, the start list is pure lies. Someone thought it'd be a sick joke to enter me in the race walk.
Well, it's not uncommon.
We'll have someone with expertise here on the commentary box.
Yeah. Do you want to take over? I might leave as well.
Would you?
So I've done Yeah, but like every. Because I was commentating these days. I just.
So, after the break, we're back now. Our first event back on the track is the women's 1500 metre walk. So, the start list is as follows: Ciara Wilson-Bowen from DCU, Aisling Lane from University of Galway, Saoirse Kennedy from TUD, Bevan Hosty from University of Galway, Maeve O'Connor from SETU, Holly Shaughnessy from UL, and Keelan Duggan from UL. So taking an early lead there is Aisling Lane from University of Galway. Aisling is the current reigning champion in this event, so she'll be hoping to retain her title. In second place there is Ciara Wilson-Bowen, with Holly Shaughnessy from UL sitting in third.
It's a bit of an awkward event for some of these girls. The 1500 metres on the track. It's a very short distance compared to the 10s and 20Ks that normally be walking on the roads.
Yeah, it's not a traditional event for the race walkers. It's one they'd only traditionally do once or twice a year in championships like these. Traditionally, these girls would be walking significantly longer distances. But Aisling just setting an early lead there, giving herself a bit of comfort between herself and the other competitors.
So it is a lot more about the technique and maybe who has the longer legs for the shorter distance. As we see Aisling Lane getting a jump on Ciara Wilson-Bowen there from DCU.
Yeah, especially in these faster paces, it can be a lot harder to make sure that you don't get carded by the officials. You know, in a pace like this, it's much easier to get a DQ from going at a pace you wouldn't traditionally be going at as a race walker. So just to round up on some results there, we have the men's 400 metre final from earlier. Darren Murphy took the win from UCD in 47.48. Joe Doody was second from UCD in 47.63. David Bosch from UCD was third in 47.79, so it was a UCD sweep for first, second and third on the podium. Owen Kenny from UL was fourth in 48.17. DCU's Dara Masterson was fifth in 48.43. Sean Harding from TUS was sixth in 48.72. And Jack Rainey rounded out that final from UL in 50.41. The current point standings on the women's side: UL are in the lead with 85.5, with DCU just behind on 85 points. UCD are in third with 58 points, with UCC in fifth on 30.5. MTU just behind UCC on 30 points, with Setu Carlo not far behind on 28. In the men's, UL are taking the lead at the moment on 88 points, ahead of Setu on 69 points. DCU are third on 59 points, with UCC on 39 points.
Yeah, so some serious battles going on there in terms of the team standings, especially in the women's there between UL and DCU. Just half a point between them, as we see Ciara Wilson-Bowen get a bit of a jump there on Holly Shaughnessy, I think it is, from UL. Yeah, it'll be crucial for Ciara to get the one place ahead of Holly at the minimum here, just to make sure that the DCU women maintain a high scoring place. Yet to be included in the women's results are the 200 metres, 1500 metre walk, 4x100, 4x400, pole vault and discus, and £20 weight for distance. So Aisling Lane's going to come around here, 600 metres to go. I haven't seen any cards been given out so far. Technique does look pretty solid from the three girls out front anyway.
So 1 lap to go. Aisling Lane with a significant lead here ahead of Ciara Wilson-Bowen, who also has a very comfortable lead ahead of Holly Shaughnessy from UL. Just coming across the line there is Bevan Hosty from UL. 1 lap to go. TUD's Saoirse Kennedy just in behind, as well as Setu's Maeve O'Connor. And rounding out that competition is Keelan Duggan from UL. With 200 metres to go, Aisling Lane looks to win this with a comfortable lead.
I'd be surprised if anything changed here. We've seen weirder things happen. Matthew Glennon getting hunted down a few years ago indoors in the men's walk. But I think Aisling Lane's going to be able to hold on here. It's a late charge from Ciara Wilson-Bowen. They have to really watch the technique in the last 100. Any fault in the last 100 leads to a direct DQ, so they always have to be very careful coming into the home straight.
And just on the podium, as these ladies are walking past, are the women's 400 metre finalists. So on the top of the podium there is Aisling Stratford, double check who that is from UL, and Daisy Walker from DCU.
Yeah, so Aisling Lane's going to take the women's walk here.
Court.
Just can't quite see the time there, official in the way, but Ciara Wilson-Bowen's going to take second. I think it's Holly Shaughnessy from UL is going to take third, so I'm not even sure if that's going to be advantage DCU from the walk there. We have UL somewhere out there on the track in sixth, I think, so it'll be the same points for the two colleges there from this event. Oh no, sorry, UL will be in seventh there, so advantage DCU.
And just a quick
6:41 there from Aisling Lane, sorry, just to cut across you, Barry.
Just a quick preview of the next upcoming race, the men's 3,000 metre walk. We have Andrew Glennon from TUS, Shane McGrath from SETU, Giovanni Salvatore from TUD, David Blastic from SETU, Seamus Clark from UL, Oisin Lane from UL, Matthew Glennon from DCU, Pat Fennell from MTU, and Patrick Kelly from SETU. Any prior predictions on what might happen in this race?
Yeah, so we've all the heavy hitters out here for this one anyway. In previous years, there's been one of the, I think in Dudinsk would have been on the same weekend as the outdoor varsities, so they're all here today anyway. Obviously, Oisin Lane was 27th at Worlds last year in the 35k. Hasn't been training as well as he was at that stage for the last few weeks, I'm being told. So maybe a bit more of a shake-up than he might like, especially over a very much shorter distance of 3k for Oisin Lane. I see Seamus Clark as well, just back from Brazil at the World Team Race Walking Championships for the under-20s, which was at altitude, where Matthew Glennon has been as well in Spain, in Guadix, the last few weeks, leaving his studies behind for 3 weeks, and has 4 exams coming up, and he's quite worried about that as well, so I wonder will that affect him, the Mullingar man. Andrew Glennon as well has been training for the marathon for running recently, more so than he has been for walking, I'm being told. Of course, brother of Matthew Glennon, so it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Is his technique holding up, especially over the shorter distance? And I think Jake O'Brien is the only kind of big hitter that will be missing from this, as we see Seamus Clark there striding down the back straight. Of course, a big absence from this race as well is Barry Clavin, who's sat next to me. He refused to do it. Although we did think that 6th place might be up for grabs. So if we end up losing that team title by 1 point, there's going to be some very angry words had with him.
Yeah, Finn Woodger thought it might be a funny joke to put me in on the race walk, even though I had warned him not to enter me. But unfortunately, I am also checked in for this race by someone, so if they're short a member of a relay team later on, unfortunately I will not be able to compete because I will receive a DQ in this event, which disqualifies me for the remainder of the championships.
Still plenty of time to run yourself over there now before they get going. Of course, some rich family heritage in the race walk as well. So Aisling Lane, champion there in the women's race. Her brother Oisin will be going in this one, probably as the favourite. Representative at the World Championships last year, as I mentioned, raised 27th in the 35k. And then Matthew Glennon and Andrew Glennon of the Glennons in Mullingar. Rich race walking heritage in that family, of which there are 10 siblings who have all competed in the race walks at some stage or another.
We must also give a quick shout out to Giovanni Salvatore, who has competed in numerous events over this championships.
Yeah.
He was in the 10k yesterday, he was in the 3,000 metre steeplechase earlier, he's entered in the walk now, and I have no doubt he'll probably be in more events as the day goes on.
Yeah. IOEA legend Giovanni Salvatore picked up a point in this event last year, so you'll be hoping to replicate that for TUD this year.
Great sportsman as well. If anyone passed him out in the 10k, he gave them a clap and a cheer on as he got lapped.
Yeah, if there was a fair play award for varsities, he'd be getting my vote, Giovanni Salvatore.
So on the podium there, we have UCD taking the sweep in the men's 400 metres. As we can see there, UCD 1, 2, 3, just as the third athlete poses for a picture.
Very strong sprinting college. UCD, they'll be looking to defend their sprints trophy there, heavily stacking the 400. I'm not sure how they'll turn out on the 200 later on. Obviously we had the sweep from DCU in the 100, so it could be close for that particular trophy.
And the men's 3,000 metre walk is just shot off there with Andrew Glennon from TUS just taking a short lead, but not for long, as Oisin Lane from the University of Limerick takes out the lead there at 100 metres, as we would have expected. The international athlete will want to set an early pace here.
Yeah, unlike other events, the cream rises to the top immediately in the walk, so we see kind of where the race is going to be run. I think MTU in behind there is pretty much running as well.
That looks to be Pat Fennell from MTU leading in behind.
Not exactly doing the right technique there, I don't think, so be surprised if he gets through this without being disqualified. Well, that just shows the class of the four athletes up front, as Oisin Lane goes into the lead there ahead of Andrew Glennon. Matthew and Seamus Clark there just trying to get back up to the two boys.
Yeah, as has been discussed with Oisin earlier in the day, it seems to be a League 1, League 2 type event here, where you have the actual race walkers and then the lads who enter the race walk to get the team points. Allegedly. But it seems that Oisin Lane and Andrew Glennon have set an early gap here ahead of Matthew Glennon and Seamus Clark. It'll be interesting to see as the 3,000 metres goes on, will they hold that gap, or will Andy struggle to stay on with the Irish senior international Oisin Lane?
Yeah, so judging this race here, we have Joe Ryan of DCU and Kate Veal of SETU, so they're
two former international race walkers themselves.
Judging the lads' technique. Jeez, Barry, you'd be coming at least fifth here, I'd say. You better hope the team title doesn't come down to a point or two. So just coming up here to 600 metres, Oisin Lane, followed by Andrew Glennon, who's grimacing, is very much grimacing already after just a fifth of this race gone. 2:13 there through 600.
Matthew Glennon doesn't seem to be happy with the pace that has been set by Seamus Clark, and he's just taken over the lead there.
Yeah,
seems to be trying to close the gap between himself and his younger brother Andrew.
Surprised to see Matthew Glennon wearing the armband there for his heart rate. I don't think he's ever taken a piece of data into account in his training ever.
Yeah, since he switched to his new coach, he seems to be more of a statistician than he used to be. He used to be very much just go out and run, just go out and walk,
hard.
Get the foot out the door.
Yeah, but he's made his way back up to the two lads here as Oisin Lane maybe is just dropping Andrew Glennon a little bit there. Matthew just waking up now. Come through in 800 metres in just under 3 minutes. So they're going 90-second laps there. That's sub 4 minute Ks, I think.
Yeah, sub 4 minute Ks would be within all these lads' abilities for 3,000 metres. So it seems like they're pacing it quite sensibly.
Yeah, so I think it was kind of to be expected now. Oisin Lane and Matty Glennon gone to the front. Seamus Clark is going to try challenge him there as Andy Glennon might be struggling a little bit as they come around to lap the boys for the first time.
And as you can see, the pedigree of these athletes as they lap pretty much anyone else in the field.
Yeah, 3:46 through a K there. So as Matty Glennon just takes to the lead there, a bit of a kick past Oisin Lane.
Bit brave with 5 laps to go, don't you think?
Yeah, especially at that pace. I think the best Matty's run through or walked for a 2K was an 8:40 or 7:49, I think, indoors. So he's well below that pace here, and he has 3K to walk. So it'd be interesting to see if they can hold this pace and keep their technique down.
I'm sure Matty is also keeping DCU's team points in mind, where UL have a significant gap in points ahead of DCU. So he'll be wanting to get top points in this event, as well as bragging rights over Oisin Lane and Seamus Clark, and most importantly, his brother.
Yeah, after UL beat us on a technicality last year, I think they might actually go ahead and do it this year. Although the 1 year down whole saga as well, so DCU missing the heavy hitter Jack Ford this year is going to be affecting us massively.
Yeah, it looks to be DCU and UCD as well as ATU that seem to be hindered by having no 1 year downs this year, as well as UCC, if I'm correct. So it is hitting some colleges hard, but that's more of a political matter.
Okay, Matty Glennon has seriously put in a bit of gap here at Oisin Lane. I was chatting to Oisin Lane before the race, and he said if Matty's ever going to beat him, it's going to be today. He's had a rough few weeks, and Matty's been up at altitude now at training camp, so he's trying to show the bit of shape he's had come on.
Yeah, the training of 3 weeks in Guado in Spain seems to be paying off for Matthew Glennon, as he's put in a significant gap here. That must be 35-40 metres of a gap, and it looks to be one that he might be capable of holding. But 4 laps to go, 800 metres.
Yeah, but the issue with Matty is always his technique. He's had a history of being disqualified, so he'll have to be very careful as they come around at, I think that's 1800. He'll be coming around at 2K.
Yeah, so it's about a mile to go now.
That's 2K. No, it's 1600.
Sorry.
1600.
They're changing the laps as they come around.
6 minute mile there anyway. So it's 3:43 per K, or 3:45 per K. Without the extra 9 metres. So it's keeping the pace that was set early on there by Oisin Lane, as Oisin's just dropping back a little bit. I think they're showing a bit of the judges are showing a bit of lenience to some of the lads at the back here. There's no way his knees are straight. I can see it from up here.
There's
the SCTU lads coming through.
Some questionable judgment, but I think they're more interested in ensuring some athletes are participating in the sport. But Matthew Glennon has extended his lead even further, and as he comes around again through the finish line, he holds about a 50 metre gap on UL's Oisin Lane and Seamus Clark.
Yeah, he's showing a serious grimace there with 3 laps to go, so we'll try and bring you the heart rate data from that armband after the race, and say it's absolutely spiking now.
Yeah, this is a cortisol spike from Oisin Lane if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, he's not used to this, Oisin Lane. It's a long season though for these lads, all the way through to national seniors, and then hopefully as well for some of the lads they'll be able to get that qualifying time for Birmingham for the European Championships. I know that's Matthew Glennon's goal after he walked the same time for the half marathon that he did for his old 20k PB. Obviously that the new change in distance as of this year, moving up to the half marathon from the 20k.
Yeah, it just shows his progression as an athlete, that he's hitting the same times as he was for shorter distances.
So I think he was about 45 seconds off the qualifying standard for the European Championships before his training camp, and he's shown some good form here over the shorter distance, and he's been really working on that technique after struggling with a few disqualifications last year. So
Birmingham 2026 will be on Matthew Glennon's mind. That'll be in August, European Championships. As he comes up, 2 laps to go, he's maintained that
he
gap.
missed his 2k split. As Kate Veal here is scrutinising his technique, he might be lifting a little bit there. I'm not sure if he'll get away with that one, but 8:20 with 2 laps to go.
Oisin Lane has just pushed on a small bit ahead of Seamus Clark here.
Yeah, Oisin Lane's technique there is picture perfect, I think.
Yeah,
is one way to describe it.
Oisin is well known for his impeccable technique. He tends to obsess over it at times, but the work shows in his race technique. He's smooth throughout. Andrew Glennon, Matthew Glennon's brother, just coming around with 2 laps to go. And 600 metres left for Matthew Glennon in 9:07. And Matthew Glennon has just extended that lead even further. He's about 70 to 80 metres there on Oisin Lane in second place. And Oisin Lane subsequently has also put in a big gap between himself and Seamus Clark. There's a good 40-50 metres between them.
And Matthew Glennon's really pushing it here. He's really wanting to show the kind of shape he's in as he comes around with a lap to go now.
He's coming through the bell now in
8:55.
9:56, I think. There's an official standing just in front of the clock. 9:56.
9:56. Apologies.
And Oisin Lane too, just coming through with the bell. And Seamus Clark, 1 lap to go. Matthew Glennon just coming around the back straight there, passing some of his fellow competitors for the second, if not third time at this stage.
As he goes past Joe Ryan there, the man who took the DCU record off of last year. Just judging his technique, I think he's getting away with it anyway so far. He looks pretty solid for Matthew in terms of his technique. And he's going to want to watch himself in the last 100. Any fault in the last 100 leads to a straight DQ, so he won't want to do any messing about now. The hard work is done. Just have to push it home.
Yeah, 100 metres to go, 11:04 on the clock. Matthew Glennon will be looking.
How is that MTU lad still going in this?
That's Pat Fennell from MTU.
Yeah.
Scored for many points for MTU over the time, but Matthew Glennon grimacing as he drives through for the finish in about 11:24:09.
That's unbelievable going there from Matty. That's 3:48 per K for 3K. So he's running about, what's that, 19 flat for 5K pace.
Yeah, he's
just to put it into perspective for those.
He's walking quicker than most people would ever run 3 kilometres.
He's followed in by Oisin Lane there, maybe about 20 seconds later. As Pat Fennell's getting away with some serious not straight knees for the entire way around. Maybe that's just my...
And Seamus Clark coming through for third place here.
It's just my lack of understanding of the event, but those knees are not straight.
Yeah, coming to the back of the event, there's some questionable form, but I have a feeling the judges are more concerned about keeping these lads in the sport than they are about ensuring that they get disqualified.
Yeah, so Andrew Glennon
coming through for fourth place here is Andrew Glennon, brother of varsity champion Matthew Glennon. currently studying to be a quantity surveyor in TUS in Athlone.
Just leaving Andy out of the picture there. Nice one, lads. I suppose it's top three.
If the phone's not charged, you can keep it. Like I was literally just looking.
Oh yeah,
where it was.
No, you know it's all right.
Yours. You can leave it there.
Oh, great.
Giovanni Salvatore comes through with, I believe I'm not sure if it's 2 or 3 laps to go.
I've a feeling it's at least 2, if not 3 laps.
Yeah. So the big heavy hitters now are all finished. Matthew Glennon will be thinking about both the banquet tonight and also his first exam on Tuesday after not being in college for the last month, of which he has 4 exams, and he's very concerned. So
yeah, Matthew Glennon, 1 more year left in DCU after this year. He's doing an integrated master's in engineering, so he will be concerned, to say the least, about his exams next week.
in terms of the field events then, I believe we have concluded the men's triple jump. I think they're all finished up there. Women's pole vault is ongoing, so I'll bring you those results as soon as we get them through here. As Pat Fennell from MTU is coming through with just a lap to go, so he'll be 5th place, I believe, in this race. So 2 points going for 5th place. So Barry, you definitely would have been 6th.
Yeah, unfortunately, looking at the team points for the men's competition, 1 point isn't going to make very much of a difference here for us today. UL are currently holding a significant lead over us.
And SCTU, actually.
And SCTU in the men's.
Of which they're going to get a point here for 6th place, ahead of what would have been Barry. But Derry in the comments must be very disappointed that Barry isn't.
Yeah, we've had some interesting comments. I'm not sure who this is that's commenting about me saying "Go Barry," but I appreciate the support and the motivation for commentary.
He's now been DQ'd from the entire championship after after DNSing here, so I'm afraid he won't be able to bring you any Barry content.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to compete for the remainder of this championships. But you know who will? Giovanni Salvatore, as he comes around with another lap to go.
Possibly another 2 laps.
Potentially another 2, we're not sure. Yeah, I think Pat Fennell has 1 lap to go.
Yeah, no, Pat Fennell's coming in to finish here now. He got the bell there.
Yeah, Sean, I agree. No Barry, no party.
So the event unusually running on time and ahead of time today. So we had obviously a massive gap there between the 400s and the walks. So the officials got to actually get a break this year, which is all very good. So I think it's the 200s now up next. So I wonder will we get any sprinters up here to share their knowledge ahead of instead of me and Barry, who mightn't have as much expertise in that area, as Pat Fennell finishes there in 5th for MTU. Gets around safely. Well, still out on the track there now, we have Patrick Kelly and David Blastic of SETU, and then of course Giovanni Salvatore of TUD. So I believe the SETU lads might be coming around here with a lap to go, and then Giovanni Salvatore in the back straight there will be coming around with a lap to go in just a minute or 2 as well. The judges Joe Ryan and Kate Veal seem to have lost interest in these last 2, but their technique looks very solid, to be fair. They're coming through to finish, the 2 lads there. So that was David Blastic and Patrick Kelly of SETU. So that'll be a point there for SETU for 6th place. Of course, 7 points for DCU, 9 points for UL. They're taking 2nd and 3rd. So despite DCU getting the win, UL still getting the points advantage from the walks. I believe Giovanni Salvatore is coming in here to finish, hopefully, as the 200 metre runners are going to get their block set up there on the far corner.
Yeah, so I attempted to recruit a few UL sprinters to commentate for the sprints, but unfortunately they have relays to warm up for, so...
We give Sean Carmody a ring there, see if...
Thanks, Buckler 1391. Good to see you're enjoying our chats.
Yeah, so Giovanni Salvatore finishing his 5th event for the weekend, I believe. Last year, of course, he competed in the 10k, 5k, 3k steeple, 3k walk.
Just had a dip for the finish there.
1500, 800, 4x4 and the 400 last year.
Yeah, he's after receiving a standing ovation from the UCC crowd in front of us here.
Yeah, fair play to him. I'm sure he'll be back later on, possibly for the 5k.
And on the podium there, we have the women's 1500 metre walk medalists. We have Aisling Lane, 1st place. Ciara Wilson-Bowen, 2nd. And double check who is 3rd place there. And Holly Shaughnessy from UL in 3rd. We also have the women's weight for distance final results. So Katrina Pakarinska from UL took the win in 10:46.
She might have sweeped all of the rows. She
won
the shot, I think, and maybe the hammer earlier on.
Yeah, Laura Frawley from UL, another athlete who has competed in an incredible number of events this championships. She was 2nd in 8:50. Claire Kennedy from ATU was 3rd in 7:96. Holly Wright from DCU was 4th in 7:15. Leah Parker from MTU was 5th in 6:97. Halamat Bolagun from UCD was 6th in 6:90. DCU's Adrienne Gallen was 7th in 6:78. Alva Gordon from Setu was 8th in 6:65. Rachel Gardner from Setu was 9th in 5:76. Sophie Perrick from MTU was 10th in 5:71. Cyrillith Murphy from MTU was 11th in 5:48. And to round out that was 12th place was Anna Donoghue from TUS in 4:19.
It's great this year through the WhatsApp channel. Stephen Lipson's keeping us well up to date on the team scores, so it makes it far more interesting than just guessing after the departure of Adam McInerney from DCU, who used to keep his own tab of all the scores.
Yeah,
a number of years ago.
For a number of years, you always have Adam in the stands with the laptop out. He had a full Excel sheet, totting up the points as the races happened, and you'd always get a live update of points right down through the teams.
Just have young Scarmo, Sean Carmody, Cookie Monster coming here to help us for the 200 metre finals as they're warming up over there. So they're due to go off. Let me get the timetable.
And just interesting statistic there. Matthew Glennon had an all-time fastest time there. We're just trying to tot up where on the World Athletics ranking points it would be. Looks to be 87th in the world.
For the 3K or the half marathon?
For the 3,000 metre walk.
Is that all
that's
time?
That statistic has came from Rory Quill, so if it is wrong, you can blame him.
Yeah, so the 200 metre women's due to go off now in 7 minutes' time. So we've recruited here Sean Carmody of DCU and Dublin Sprint to give us a hand here with some of the names and the times of these athletes.
Okay, we have the women's 200 metre final up first. Seemed to be a little bit slow getting going over that far side maybe, but I'll take you through some of the names in it. So lane 1 we're going to have Emily Lynn of UCD, Roisha Gavin of UL, Grace Rooney also of UL, Uche Disu of DCU, Fatima Musa of MTU, Grania O'Sullivan of UCD, Holly Rogers of TUS, and Nicole Walker of MTU.
So I believe the standout there would be Uche Disu, just coming back from the 100 earlier after winning that.
Yeah, she was very impressive earlier on in that 100 metre final. Looking down through that list of names, a lot of these girls would have raced the 100 metres earlier on this weekend. So with Fatima Musa also part of the under 24x1 relay squad last year that went to European Championships. Should be a very, very interesting race. I think I see the girls with their tops off, with their jumpers off over the far side.
Perhaps some fast times up for grabs as well. I think the wind has switched direction since yesterday. It's kind of blown up your back on the home straight, so it's not too strong either. So possibly some strong legal times here if they can get the wind behind their back.
Okay, so it kind of looks like the women over there might be on starters' orders, standing all in behind their blocks.
So as we just see the medal presentation for the men's triple jump, we had Aaron O'Connor from UL taking the win there in 13 metres 36, followed by Isaac Akinjewe of SETU with a jump of 12.77, followed by Harry Jackson of University of Ulster University, 12.41.
So it looks like the girls are going into their blocks over on the far side. As I mentioned, Emily Lynn is in lane 1, Roisha Gavin 2, Grace Rooney 3, Uche Disu, DCU 4, Fatima Musa 5, Grania O'Sullivan 6, Holly Rogers TUS 7, and Nicole Walker. So we can see Emily Lynn and Roisha Gavin of UL there, the rest hiding in behind that green pole vault shed.
9, 8, 7.
No, the girls have been told to stand up. I think
so. There's someone doing a countdown on the stadium announcement there for some reason. So they've been called back up. Rightly so. That would be very distracting with a Shkarma.
Yeah, you'd want to you'd be focused, and if you were on your marks here and that could just throw you a little bit. You want to be reacting in these sprints, want to be reacting very, very quickly to get out of these blocks. See, Grania O'Sullivan looked pretty impressive as well in yesterday's 200 heats, so kind of maybe lanes 4 to lane 7 could be ones to watch. And we are away again. Looks like Uche Disu has closed a small bit of a gap on Fatima Musa outside her. Holly Rogers of TUS running really well. It's very hard, very close all together now at the same time. Uche Disu coming into this straight, probably in the lead with Fatima Musa on her right hand shoulder. Getting up into that tall stride, Holly Rogers of TUS going to come battling very, very close. Looks like Uche Disu of DCU got up to win that with Holly Rogers out here in lane 7. Getting up for second place, 24.89 on the clock. Very, very impressive running. Faster than the times yesterday when we have the wind running in their backs now.
Incredible double there from Uche Disu of DCU. Very, very difficult to do. Varsity is obviously three rounds for each event, so she's 6 races deep at this stage and probably hoping that she won't get the call up for a relay now, but you never know.
Yeah, with all those races in her legs, I wonder will she have the energy to get one more race this weekend. I didn't quite see who got up for third place there, but yeah, Uche Disu was your clear winner, followed by Holly Rogers, who has also been doing the 100 this weekend, so plenty of races in the legs for these women. As we look back there at the replay, Really, really tall running form there from Uche Disu, powering down that home straight. Looks like Emily Lynn and Fatima Musa very, very close to one another there.
I think it might have been lane 2 there.
Might have been lane 2. Emily Lynn getting up for third place there.
So bringing the rest of the results there as they come through to us. Just we're after getting through the women, or the both walks results there. So the women's walk obviously won by Aisling Lane, 1500 metres in 6:41, followed by Ciara Wilson-Bowen 6:46, Holly Shaughnessy 6:49 for the top 3 there. And then for the men's 3K walk, very impressive, 83rd all-time, world all-time by Matthew Glennon there, 11:24.
I think that may have also been a IUA record for Matthew Glennon. I think David Kenny had that from a few years ago. But
that would be incredibly good going if you took David Kenny's record. I'll have a look at that now. I'll just look it up. And then followed by Oisin Lane, 11:45. Seamus Clark in 11:57. So 3 lads there under 12 minutes for 3K in the walks there, followed by Andrew Glennon in 12:39. See.
So just while Finn is doing his little bit of research here, I'll take you through the lineup of this men's 200 metre final. Lane 1, we're going to have David Ogavuvu of DCU. Lane 2, we're going to have Sam Kiley, UCC. Lane 3, Andrew Hayes, TUD. Lane 4, Jesse Ostas of UCD. Lane 5, Danon Long of SETU. Lane 6, Dara Donoghue of Trinity. Lane 7, Max O'Reilly, MTU. And Lane 8, Park Hassett of TUS. So looking down through that list there, Max O'Reilly was our fastest qualifier this morning in 21.6 seconds. Danon Long 21.8. So these probably the 2 men to look out for. As just looking across there, the lads have been sent away from their blocks, told to get their jumpers on. So maybe some technical difficulty going on there at the moment.
Yeah, just to confirm, Matthew Glennon did in fact take that IOA record from David Kenny. Previously held at 11:26, so 2 seconds to break David Kenny's record. That's some going from Matthew Glennon just back from his training camp, really throwing down a marker there. Any particular standouts for you? Anyone returning from the 100 for this event like there was in the women's?
No, not as many. Actually, I think a lot of these lads are just sitting in with the 2 and doing the relay later on. So Max decided to sit out at the 100 in favour of doing a 200 this weekend. So yeah, as I mentioned, Max O'Reilly, fastest qualifier for today's final. Dan Long probably was next with 21.8. You have the likes of Park Hassett. Park Hassett, not a man to discount from getting a medal. Would be hoping, he's all the way out in lane 8, would be hoping to get up for a medal.
Yeah, Paddy Hassett, the man with the 400 metre strength, running 3 rounds of the 200 might benefit him a little bit more than some of the others who might be coming up from the 100.
Yeah, he definitely has the strength, definitely has the power to do it. I think I was talking to him earlier on, and I think he could be doing the way for distance after this, so kind of crossing the line all the way back down to our left, down to where the 100 metre start would be, to throw a bit of weight around.
Doesn't surprise me, he's a very strong athlete, Paddy Hassett.
So again, the music goes off as these lads are under starters orders. Lane 1, David from DCU. Lane 2, Sam, UCC. Lane 3, Andrew, TUD. Lane 4, Jesse, UCD. Lane 5, Danon Long, SETU. Lane 6, Dara, Trinity. Lane 7, Max O'Reilly. Lane 8, Park Hassett. As these men go down into their blocks. You can see David Agavuvu and Sam Kiley there on the right hand side of the green shed. Max O'Reilly, probably the fastest starter of the field, having won medals over 60 at senior level. And we're away, and Max O'Reilly has already closed up that ground, and Park Hassan is outside. Jesse Osas really powerful over the first 100 too. Dan Long will look to try and get up into his up tall running and close down the two men. Max working really well, Dannon really opening up that stride. It's going to be very, very close between the two men. Very, very close. Max just edging it. Whoa, very impressive from Max. 21.71, not as fast as the semi-final earlier on today, but an IUAA title for him. Dannon Long getting up for second, and I think it was Jesse Osas of UCD getting up for third there. As you see, I think Park has it running to get his stuff for.
It's close for third there between Trinity and UCD.
It looks like Dara Donahue closing really, really strongly.
I think UCD might have just held him out there.
Yeah, I think Jesse Osas might have just gotten up there to get bronze.
As we see Paddy Hassett running down to the long jump pit to compete for the weight for distance, wasting no time. Just to bring you the women's 200 metre results there as we wait to confirm the men's results. So Utrecht Disu from DCU taking the title in 24.88, followed by Holly Rogers at TUS. In second at 25.18, followed by Emily Lynn of UCD at 25.71. Fourth place for Fatima Amusa then for the home college MTU, 25.83. Then we had Grace Rooney from UL in 25.87, and Grania Sullivan from UCD 25.94 to round out the points. And then MTU, Nicole Walker, 26.39, and Rosha Gavin from UL in 26.40, rounding out the field there. So I believe next up on the track then will be the 1500s.
I probably wouldn't have a clue.
So
I'll have to recruit some distance runner to take the microphone off me. But yeah, very impressive running there from Max O'Reilly. 3 rounds of the 200 over a weekend isn't an easy feat, particularly for a man that really enjoys running the 60 metres. But 21.7 on the clock. Yeah. Very, very impressive.
So again, some very efficient running from the officials here. We have a 15-minute wait for the start of the women's 1500 metres at 2:15. As we see the athletes warming up there on the far straight, on the far straight.
We also have medalists from yesterday's 10,000 metres. That's Simon, Luke and Tom, all from UL. You need to make your way over to the way from the presentation from yesterday.
Shkarmo, I think you have a few lads eyeing up that microphone behind you.
I'm scared. There's too many UL distance lads around me. I feel swarmed. I don't want the microphone for this.
The UL takeover for the 1500.
I have to leave Finn to supervise.
We won't get full bias, so.
I'm joined here by Cian O'Boyle, the man who ruined me earlier.
Finally got one back on Finn after last year's under-23 indoors.
Long overdue.
And Louis had plenty over me. The Woodger family's tormented me for long enough.
One of the absentees from the men's 1500 this weekend is Louis Woodger. He left himself not enough time to get his assignments and studied up for his exams up in Belfast, so he decided not to make the trek down to Cork.
It's fair enough. It's a busy time of year in college. Am I seeing Mark Hanrahan at that start line, or is that just Hodgins? Because I don't. Yeah, Mark is also withdrawn after his 3K steeple, but we didn't tell the Galway boys that. So. I see Oisin Davis doing a very quick stride down the back straight.
Yeah, I wonder if they're bringing this forward a little bit. We see all the men there doing their strides in their singlets. It's just a nice sunny day in Cork, I suppose.
Well, the women's it was straight final yesterday. So
correct, yes. So the men's will be brought forward then.
Yeah.
So the women's is due to go off at 2:15.
And they're well ahead of schedule, so.
And then
all credit to IUAA allowing us more time to get ready for the banquet later tonight.
Yep. Many a year spent here until about 7 o'clock, running 2 hours late, especially 2 years ago in Belfast.
Steeplechase didn't cause any trouble this year getting it set to the right height.
I think there's only one dodgy barrier this week, but it got up eventually.
Seems like this place has run a bit smoother than Morton and Queen's last year.
Seems to be a few more volunteers this year, which is always good.
Compliments to MTU.
Yeah. See Benleen Smith over there for one last dance. He's been describing it all weekend as the last dance. An 8-year servant for UCC.
32 years of age.
Pushing 40.
Only Jack Hickey here with more experience.
Don't worry though, himself and James Tanner both look the youngest in the field, and I'm sure we'll get ID'd this evening going in.
Yeah, strong KTC contingent in this 1500. You've Owen O'Connor, Benleen Smith and Daniel Buckley. So the Cork men will be hoping to please the home fans.
I'm looking here down at just as we have the women's 200 metres medal presentation. I'm just looking down here into the crowd. I'm noticing another absentee for this 1500 metre final. Lorcan Benjicar of DCU, struggling after the heats yesterday, decided to pull out. So another blow for DCU.
We're down to 10 in the final, so the boys will enjoy the space, I'm sure.
You're down to 10 and you're missing Louis Woodger, so Oisin Murray will be punching the air in delight after that.
The full podium from last year not returning, as Jack Hickey struts down the home straight like he owns the place. Thanks, Jack, for the wave.
Just finished up his triple jump. I'll bring you his result now.
He just missed. No, he was 7th, just missed out on a point. Good make. I believe UL won that with Aaron O'Connor.
Yeah, Jack Hickey 11.04 behind Josh Egan of DCU 11.38, so DCU getting one back. We brought the results already, but just to run. Oh, yes. UL won it.
Predictions, lads? Everyone going Oisin Murray?
I would never be biased, so I'm going to say Cian Hodgins for the win. The two Oisins will be tough to beat, though. First and second at Varsity Cross, will they repeat that result today?
Oisin Murray without Louis Woodger in the race is a different kind of animal as well.
Yeah.
No one to bother him.
Hopefully no one takes a tumble in the first 100 metres today, like we had indoors. I believe Cian Hodgins might have been to blame for that one, although he's passed the blame on to Lorcan Benjicar. Cian had a reputation of tripping up athletes. I believe he took down Daniel Buckley indoors last year. Yeah. So hopefully he keeps his legs to himself today.
Yeah, the start of the 1500 metres indoors is a cagey one, but they have a bit more space here, starting down the back straight outdoors.
Yeah, especially with a smaller field with a couple of pullouts. Oh, Luke has been called to get his medal. one of the first events of the weekend, the men's 10K. I believe the 3 medalists have finally arrived at the track at the same time. A UL sweep in that one.
Some time to get ready for the banquet.
Yeah. Or will there be strong numbers from DCU at the banquet this year?
I believe so. Many finalists today opting to miss out on their event just to focus on the banquet later, I think.
That's the main event, as we all know. As we see our 3 UL athletes going for the medals, none of them repping UL colours, except for Simon Shorts. Repping Dennis track colours, you love to see it.
I'm hoping he gets changed before the banquet later. So just to bring you the result from the men's 200 metre final there a few moments ago, we had Max O'Reilly taking the win in 21.70, followed by Dannon Long of SUTU 21.81, and Jesse Osas from UCD 22.44 to round out the podium. To round out the points then, we had Dara Dunhu from Trinity in 22.49, Andrew Hayes from TUD in 22.76, and Sam Keeley in 6th place for UCC in 22.88. David Ogovbu from DCU just missing out on points there, 23.22, and Paddy Hassett in 23.55. As we saw him making a bolt for it down to the long jump pit to make his appearance in the weight for distance immediately after the finish of the 200 metres. I think the women's pole vault's still ongoing there as we're awaiting the start of this 1500 metres. The lads are still doing some strides down the back there, so I think that'll be kind of closing heights there for the women's pole vault. And men's weight for distance as well, we can not really see that. We see maybe Liam Granville and Cole O'Murray there for DCU. Don't know if you recognise the UL lads down there.
Yeah, I do. The UL men, 2 Canadians we've drafted in doing the Masters in Physio, so they'll be competing in the weight for distance for the first time. Great weightlifters, I'm told, are they? Powerlifters, maybe.
Yeah, I'd say they'd probably snatch and clean our 3 weights combined, or close to it anyway. I think 180 kg, one of them snatched clean over his head. So.
Yeah, they were offering to give massages last night, but I fear I may have not been able to walk today. Yeah, we're still waiting, but the boys are on the line now, so it looks like we're about to get underway very shortly in this men's 1500 final.
No, I'm trying to find it here. Yeah, so there was the final would have been posted yesterday, so it's just taking me a minute.
I have it here.
You have it, yeah.
So, to give you your start list of the men's 1500, we've Oisin Murray, UG, Oisin Davis, UG, Ben Lean Smith, UCC, Owen O'Connor, UCC, Paul Hartnett, UCC as well, so a trio of UCC, Philip McGee, UCD, James Tanner, TUS, Oisin Toy, ATU, Keane Hodgins, UL, and Daniel Buckley, MTU. So we've had Mark Hanrahan and Lorcan Benjakar both pull out, so there should be plenty of space for the boys today. Hopefully a clean race.
No excuses for any falls now. Boys look like they're primed and ready to run.
Final call for Paul of UCC to the 1500 start line. Final call for Paul.
So we're waiting for Paul Hartnett. So if you were watching the stream, Paul, could you please make your way to the start line of the 1500?
Don't break any speed limits on the way here. We're not in a rush anyway. I think Ken Nason is singling over to say he is a scratch. So a 10-man field becomes 9. Yeah. Some lads at this point probably not be able to get a...
So the men's starting here at 2:15 in place of the women's, which was run as a straight final yesterday, won by Hannah Kyo of UCD.
So They're away now, down the back straight. We'll see who takes this one out. Not sure if I see a natural front runner in the field.
Oisin Davis thinks he's Jakob there at the back. Or Benley Smith.
Benley Smith even. Benley Smith has all the experience, so maybe he knows what he's doing. As I see Oisin Toy take the lead. Cian Hodgins on his shoulder and the big Daniel Buckley outside him.
Yeah, as they begin to slow a little bit there. The wind's died down a good bit now, so there's no excuse for any front runners not to take the front, but I don't think there are any present in the field. So
certainly gone cat and mouse.
I'm liking the look of this pace. My UL 1500 metre record might be safe.
And Oisin Davis looks like takes a look at everyone and moves right up onto Toy's shoulder.
Oisin Murray, I believe, the fastest in the field, just sitting off the back of the pace.
No clock, so we don't know what time they've gone through 300 in, but
certainly not
the stream here. I'll let you know at 400.
So as they come up to 400 now, Finn will give us a split.
About 70 seconds, so
about 70.
Walk
so
in the park for these lads.
Yeah. Caesars.
As they kind of look to inject a little bit of a pace there now going down.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll have a strong move at some point.
Cian Hodgins nicely tucked in there behind the two up front, which is Oisin Toy and Oisin Davis.
See who can maybe produce an acceleration burst to break this race open, because many of them won't want to leave it to chance with 400 to run. Could be anyone's race then.
So as they round into the home straight, they'll be coming up now with 800 metres to go. So we have Oisin Toy and Oisin Murray. Or Oisin Davis, I should say. Cian Hodgins moves wide, getting himself into a better position. Philip McGee around the outside as well.
Oisin Murray just boxed in a little bit there, but he'll have plenty of time to make his way out of there, I believe.
So it's wounded up slightly at 68 after the opening 70, but still fairly pedestrian for most of these, as even within their 3K.
I see Daniel Buckley moving up on the outside, coming up to 600 to go. Cian Hodgins also there on the shoulder of Oisin Davis. So Oisin Toy still at the front, as he's been for a large majority of the race now. But they're still nicely bunched.
Oisin Toy 3:48 man a few years ago in Belfast, so
I think Oisin Murray was in that race with him as well.
If he can find that form again today, he'll be well
come up to
there.
the bell. Oisin Davis leading Cian Hodgins to Daniel Buckley. They're all still there with a lap to run.
Cian Hodgins moving up. Oisin Davis. Cian Hodgins will be wanting to make the move he doesn't want to make. That's what he been saying all week.
Well, you have to make it now as Oisin Murray moves up on his shoulder now to challenge Oisin Davis, the two University of Galway lads. Maybe the top two favourites for this event, going head to head now. We come around 200 metres to go.
Oisin Murray kicks hard at 200 to go. He seems to be opening up a gap. It's the three Oisins at the front. Oisin Davis responds.
There's been a serious burn up here as they come into 100 metres to go. It's cat and mouse with the two Oisins from University of Galway. As Oisin Murray just seems to find that extra gear.
Cian Hodgins comes up for third place. But it's going to be Oisin Murray who takes the win. Oisin Davis in second and Cian Hodgins of UL in third place. Great run for Cian after what's been a tough week for him, so delighted to see that.
Great result there from University of Galway. Strong distance.
Yeah, the two boys finishing in the same order as they did at the Varsity Cross Country Championships in Dublin earlier this year.
It's another disaster there for DCU. No one in that final.
Cian Hodgins, great run. Yeah, I believe that is. We'll see if we can keep that with the 5K coming up shortly. I might let Luke and Mark Hanron take over as I have 4x4 duties to get ready to.
If he sounded any bit more excited, he's twice excited as he sounded. Finn, you're not roped into a 4x4?
No, we actually have 4 lads who want to do it this year.
I think Keena Boyle is a willing participant this year. Wants to
so
get
we have one of the absentees from that 1500 metre final, Mark Hanrahan, here with us after his excerpts.
Any comment on the no-show? Was it fear of the Oisin Squared or Keane Hodgins, or was it just saving yourself for other days?
Look, I was coming off the back of a man's event in the form of the steeplechase. The body was not cooperating, so I said I'd leave it off. But delighted for Keane Hodgins there after a tough week for Hodge. Great performance there. I was kind of shouting at him maybe to go past maybe Davis earlier, try make a burst for the win, but beat Oisin Toy there as well for medley. He's a 3:47 guy, so it's serious going from Hodge. And Murray following up his indoor win, cross country and second indoors. Yeah, but Murray always delivers. In fairness to him, he's a Mr. Clutch, as some would say.
Even if he did snake UL. Not the only athlete who has made the switch from green to purple, and I'm sure most of them regret it.
So still a couple of events to go. We have the men's and women's 4x100 metres next on the track, followed by the men's well-anticipated men's 5k.
Do we have A and B races? Yeah. Okay, probably starting with the B race.
Followed then by the men's and women's 4x4, and then captain's meeting at 4 o'clock.
The most important event of the day, Finn.
Yeah.
Team results as of 19 events.
As of 19 events, okay, so in terms of the men's, UL 104 points, SETU really good this year, 83 points in second, and DCU third in 67. And then if we go to the women's then, have they been posted?
The women are yet to be posted.
Yet to be posted.
As of last post, there was a point between UL and DCU.
Yeah, was it half a point after half a point between
UL
DCU,
there on
UL
104 points now for the women. UL there on 104 points for the women, followed by DCU on 100 points.
Who's leading?
And then UCD in third on 64 points.
Okay, so 4 points in it in the women's competition. Is that right?
Yeah, a larger number between for the men's.
A larger number. Finn, how are you after your 800?
Yeah, not
Thoughts?
too bad. It's not that kind of race that hurts, to be fair. It was alright after.
Yeah. More tactical.
Yeah, no, I ran
more tactically taxing than physically, I would say, for the 800.
Yeah, I think I got the tactics right, but just didn't have the strength of. Obviously, Keane was very strong there in the last 100. He just didn't slow down at all.
Yeah, because I was on the back straight getting ready for my own race, and when he went to the front with about 250, 200 to go, I knew there'd be a bit of a response from yourself or maybe Andrew. But he had strong, in fairness. Now, obviously, I was very biased as a UL and then a track athlete, but no, I was delighted for Keane now, and it got me fired up for my own race.
All the Lanas seem to be being fruitful for his strength work. Fueling those 70-mile weeks, it's not easy going. I think he is due a free one now. On me.
So again, I might call up Sean Carmody to help us with the 4x1s.
I think that would be a good decision. Yeah. Someone with a bit of fast twitch must. Sean Carmody not competing this week, was he? Or
no,
weekend?
I'm afraid not. He opted to do a session this morning on the track instead, so it shows how injured he actually was.
Very DCU of him.
Yeah, very DCU is true.
Oh, look, at least he's down here sporting, so.
He's putting me up for the night as well.
Oh yes, a resident of Cork who's moved up to the city.
I think it is about a 5-minute walk from the Rochestown Hotel.
So we're confirming here now that DCU will be in attendance tonight. If Finn's a good man to show up, in fairness, now the last few years he's always, maybe when the numbers are lacking, Finn's a good man to talk.
To be fair, DC usually do receive some abuse at these varsity banquet events, so could you blame him for not coming? boo us when we're winning.
Probably ourselves. Sure, DCU were booing Matty Glennon when he went up for his gold medal. Like, I mean, what have they come to, really? Matthew Glennon, of course, winning the 3,000 metre run. That's
breaking David Kenny's IOAA record.
They were moving. Oisin Lane in second, then UL record. Like, it looked like they were moving, in fairness.
Yeah, I think in fairness to UL, after winning on a technicality this year, they might actually have won a fair and square this year.
On a technicality?
Yeah. The incident where Jack Ford was not entered for the high jump because he had an exam in the morning and finished the exam early, made it in time for the high jump after we didn't enter him. Finished second, but his points didn't count. And we lost by 2 points.
Look, that's an admin error on your behalf, in fairness. So you can't pin that back on UL. Like.
Mark Hanrahan, that is your fault.
That is somehow my fault that Jack Ford wasn't entered in the high jump.
We're going to receive a bit of support here again from our sprint specialist, Shkarmo Sean Cookie Monster Carmody.
That's a mouthful.
Allegedly, I eat cookies, so like that's
don't we all know,
sick
really?
rumor doing the rounds about that. Like,
he's well known to all the staff in Londis and DCU. Let me just check the timetable.
Yeah,
now.
so we're about 5 minutes away from the start of the women's 4x1. I don't know if they're gathering or maybe they're kind of over on the back straight in the corner. Are they? Oh yeah, okay. Presume this to be run on times. Be a few heats. Yeah, 2 heats. Cool.
As of last year's timetable disasters, I think the new running order will just be timed heats for the relays from now on. No more heats.
Yeah. Okay, the heats here
on the Friday and the final on the Saturday. Just timed
heats. Okay, so in the first semi-final we have UG, MU, TUS, and 2UD, and in the second semi-final, probably where the medals I reckon will come from: UL, SETU, UCD, DCU, and MTU. Thank you, Luke. Yeah, and then our men's will be 10 minutes after that. Semi-final 1 will be 2D, UU, MTU, TUS, MU, and then semi-final 2 will consist of UCC, UL, UCD, DCU, and SETU. Perfect.
You'd have to imagine DCU big favourites in the men's 4x1 after sweeping the 100.
yeah, on paper they are favourites. It was same.
Historically, there have been issues with the DCUs.
I have heard them being compared to the American 4x1 team.
That's probably on the money there. They
just get to stick around sort of job
get
today.
the batting around, and they should be kind of one of the favourites for it.
Yeah.
But as we saw last year, got to the first changeover, and Batten didn't get to the second changeover.
It's the beauty of the relays, I suppose. It's not the fastest four.
It's how well you're drilled.
Yeah.
Can you get the batting around cleanly?
I believe they had a relay session coached by Kay Bannon this week, so one relay session done this year after last year's disaster.
You'd want to hope it's fixed all the errors.
That's a 100% increase on practice from the previous year.
Yeah.
And we had some field event results in as well. So pole vault went to Avreen MacDonald of UCD in 290. Abby O'Neill from Queen's was in second, and Chloe Yan of 2UD was third.
I think maybe as well these relay heats may have been seeded in order of the team standings.
I'd say so, yeah. It looks like SETU in the second semi, both of them as well. It's not a bad way of seeding it. So you can kind of directly see maybe points, the point swing, which is interesting, especially in the women's competition, which is very tight.
It keeps that kind of competitive edge too. I think last year we had obviously a very tight finish between UL and DCU, and they were putting different heats of the men's 4x4 the last race of the day, which kind of
it's hard to keep track of it when you're trying to keep track of times. You don't really know what time
we
are to beat.
That kind of head-to-head aspect at the end. So
that's a good point.
Brought to you by Stephen Lipson this year, the seeded heats for the relays.
Yeah, especially the mixed 4x4 yesterday as well. Kind of eases the pressure on the timetable.
Galway got the bronze out of the second semi-final yesterday, so can't write off any team who's in there.
Yeah, so the ladies are getting in position now for semi-final 1. Yeah, so we've UG in lane 3, MU, Maynooth in 4, Toos in lane 5, and lane 6 is 2D. Yeah.
TUS being led off by Holly Rogers, who is competing in the 100 and 200 this weekend, just after coming off the track from the 200, coming second in 25.18. So we'll be looking to get a very good start from the first leg for TUS. Looks like Ava Ford of TUD leading TUD off all the way out lane 6. I think we also have Kayla Ryan of TUS running the last leg. She was in the 800 final earlier on today, so hopefully she can bring her speed into this last 100 on the last leg for TUS.
So we still have the men's wafer distance probably concluding soon enough there in the far corner, and the women's discus is just underway there over on the far side. So we'll bring you those results as soon as they come through to us. It should be finishing up soon enough.
And just
Bobby Hassett makes his way back up from the wafer distance to the 4x1.
Just the official results in then for the 1500. Ocean Murray gets the win in 4:01. Ocean Davis, also of UG, 4:01 was second, and Keane Hodgins rounds out the podium from UL 4:03. Okay, so the relays are ready to go here now. They're to settle into their blocks. Okay, coming into the first changeover then. It's fairly tight here between TUD and which team is that on the outside?
TUS joining
yep.
them. All clean all the changeovers clean through the first one. TUD looks like Laura Kelly on the third leg for them out in front. TUS just a little bit behind, but it looks like TUD miles out in front. Just get the baton clean, and it should be a win for them in this heat 1 of the women's 4x100 metres.
They're really moving here now. They could be really competitive in the overall. Of course, this comes down to times. They're from the first heat. So we have 2D in first, UG coming home in second.
And it looks like, as Finn is mentioning, a little bit of a mix-up down the bottom causing a drop baton for TUS.
Yeah, and MU coming in then for fourth in that heat. But I think hard to judge, obviously, without seeing the next heat. But TUD looked strong there.
Yeah, they looked very impressive, being that far out ahead, and they had very, very clean baton passes. So obviously something that they've worked on, so which should make them competitive in the overall times.
Okay, so our second heat are getting set up now. So this is where kind of the main competitors of the overall competition will be coming from. So that'll be between UL, DCU, we have MTU there as well, and UCD. So UCD classically probably solid in the relays and solid in the sprints. DCU and UL. So this will be an interesting heat now, and we'll get to see kind of where the points battle of the overall here as well.
DCU's preparation here is showing, as we see Moya O'Connell sporting the changeover tape to put down on the track to know when to go. I don't see anyone else using that here today. So 47.97, the time to remember there from TUD from the first heat. Can imagine some strong showings here from the likes of UCD, DCU and UL, particular in this heat, SETU as well.
Yeah, so UL will have Jenny Sawyer there on our first leg. She's had a big PB in the 400 hurdles earlier today, so she's in great form.
Looks like we have Okwe Bakari leading off for DCU as well. She was second in the hurdles yesterday, so our second event. So not quite as all-rounded as Jenny Sawyer. This is Jenny Sawyer's 10th event of the weekend, but still very impressive. I think we have Uche Disu of DCU on the second leg, who did the double in the 100 and 200 this weekend. So not a bad athlete to be bringing into this 4x1 relay squad. We still have a red flag down at zone 3, so there will be a little delay to the start. Looks like the athlete from SETU just tying her shoelace, and then we'll be ready to go soon. Just looking down some of the names on the last leg, you have Fatima Musa, Lorena Harrison, Debbie Law down there, Grace Rooney. So if the baton is if all of them get the baton at the same time, should be very interesting last 100 metres.
Yeah, so the results are just in there after 21 events. So UL are leading by 5 points in the women's, just leading DCU by 5 points. So it really does come down to these relays. Big point swings can still happen here. So it's very tight. So the last 2 track events for the ladies are both relays. And we have the discus results waiting to come in as well. So going down to the last events, which is what you want really. So that's our pole vaulters on the podium. If we get the results up.
The girls are called to their marks for the second heat of this women's 4x100 metres. From the inside, UL, SETU, UCD, DCU and MTU out in lane 6. And we're away for the first time in Baskin. Looks like Okwe Bakari is after closing down a little bit of a gap to the MTU athlete outside her. UCD also running really, really well.
Jenny Sawyer flying up lane 2 there. Clean handover to Laura Frawley. Still fairly even here. DCU, UCD, maybe UCD just nudging ahead of DCU, but we'll see now when they come around the bend. Change over 3. All clean. Come around top bend, we'll see now. UCD just leading out DCU at the moment, but it's fairly tight between DCU and UL. Okay, UCD are streaking away with this, but it's very tight between UL, Grace Rooney and DCU. And it goes UCD, DCU and UL. Okay, so we're going to have to go through the times there. 2D could have been up for a medal there. We don't have the timings up here exactly, but 47.97 for TUD, so we reckon UCD and DCU are probably inside that time.
I reckon I was close to DCU. I'd say they were ahead of UL. They could have been ahead.
Yeah, I think they're probably ahead of UL there. So TUD from the first, he could have scraped in for a medal. We'll get confirmation of that soon, hopefully.
Yeah, so that's big implications for the women's team title.
Absolutely, yeah. As you said beforehand, there's only 5 points in it between UL and DCU, so
bonus points going for the relay as well.
Yeah, there could be a bit of a swing there. Now we still have the 4x4s to come up, which I feel like UL might be stronger in, but all will be revealed.
Yeah, so we have the men's teams making their way over here. I can see DCU comprising of that Craig Duffy, David Ogopi, Michael Farley and Nakem Onwumere. I believe there's going to be 2 heats in this men's 100, so first heat they should already they're getting ready there on the near side, so that
first heat, so it's 2D, UU, MTU, TUS and MU.
TUD and TUS probably the 2 teams to look out for in this heat, the men's 4x1. TUD with Chib Mera, Runo Iovoro is also part of that team. Alman Bankol, who was in the 100 metre final earlier today, also part of that team. TUS with Pádraig Cassis, Brendan O'Leary, Sean Harding and Billy Corrigan, not to be discounted. Sean Harding ran the 400 metre final earlier today, so with 2 400 metres already in his legs this weekend, we'll see how he can get on. Pádraig Cassis with 3 200s and weight for distance, so we'll see how he gets on. But yeah, TUD and TUS probably the 2 to look out for. MTU also there with Max O'Reilly and maybe Colin Doyle. I can't see Colin Doyle down there, but he kind of pulled up a little bit in the 400, so he might not be running. But Max, the winner of the 200 metres earlier today.
The Chib Mera there with all of his tracksuits still on. Missed out on a place in the 100 metre final by 1 spot. I was disappointed this morning when he realised that he wasn't able to sub in for someone who was DNSing that final. So he'll be looking to put out a statement here. He's in good shape. The Metro St. Bridget's man there, brother of Nakem Onwumere, of course, going in the second heat here for DCU as well. Paddy Hassett as well of TUS, making his way directly back up from the weight for distance, of which will bring you the results. Looks like he has some
sort of strapping on his calf there. Hopefully that's not a sign of an injury too bad to drop his performance, but we're going to find out now shortly.
Yeah, so these 4x1 men due to go off at 22, which is 1 minute ago.
To be fair, being 1 minute behind at this stage of the day,
it's pretty
rather
good
impressive. Just see UCD's team walking across there. You have Jesse Osas and Darren Murphy. Darren Murphy, winner of the 400 metres earlier on today. Jesse Osas, I think, was bronze in the 200 metres. And you have Sean Owens, who was second in the 110 hurdles yesterday in very, very blustery conditions. I think that's also Killian Kern, the final member for that UCD team.
Just have a comment there on the YouTube wondering where to get the latest results. So if you head onto the IOAA Instagram, I believe on the story there's a link to a WhatsApp channel where they're posting all the results. If you want to keep up to date, we do try and bring in those results on the stream, but just in case you want to see them or see a result from earlier on in the previous day, they're all up on that WhatsApp channel. I'm not sure if that link will work there. I just posted a link in the comment section to the WhatsApp. If that helps.
Just saying, Jack Maher making his annual appearance. So it couldn't be a year without an appearance.
We have Jack Maher setting up a black market here for banquet tickets later on.
Yeah, DM me if you want some.
That is Jack Maher 00 on Instagram if you want to TM him. There is a surcharge on them. If Taylor Swift can use this.
Market price was 40 quid, so don't. They were going for 40 quid initially, so don't let them price gouge you too much. Okay, so we have the first heat of the men's relay here, just getting their blocks ready. Seem to be making some headway there into getting this race started. So again in heat 1 here, TUD in lane 1 led out by Chib Onwumere. In lane 3 then, UU.
By Ace Rodriguez.
Thank you. Where's your microphone going? Okay, I'll hand you over.
It's been robbed. Lane 4, MTU being led out by Colin Murphy, who was in the 100 metre semi-final yesterday. Lane 5, I think. Yeah, lane 5 is TUS being led out by Billy Corrigan. And I think that might be Maynooth. I'm unsure of the Maynooth athlete out in lane 6.
So just to try and bring you some results there from the women's relays. So they're being sent to me in a
Get ready for
difficult format to understand here. But the TUD time from the first heat
pass this back over to
on the stadium clock's 47.97, so that's going to be reasonably accurate. We had then UCD in the second heat taking the win there, 47.32, so that'll be the overall winner. And DCU with a time of 47.8 will take second place overall, and UL with a time of 48.37.
So we have 3 white flags, and we'll be ready to go
fourth
now
overall
any
in that. So
TUS maybe the team to look out for here with Billy Corrigan, Brendan O'Leary, Park Hassett, and Sean Harding. So plenty of men with plenty of relay experience in that TUS squad. I think Adam Turner, the triple jumper, is on the second leg for MTU. Change of event for him. We are a fairly even looking start. Maybe Billy Corrigan making ground on that Maynooth athlete outside him. Chib Mera making ground on the athlete outside him as well. Park Hassett, the big
changeover trouble for TUD. They're going to be gone there. Just about didn't get the baton there from Chib as TUS make the changeover first there on the far side.
And it's Brendan O'Leary running really powerful bend into Sean Harding now. Keep the baton pass clean, and it is clean, and it's Sean Harding going to power down this home straight, followed by University Ulster and TUD without a baton. So 42.93 for TUS. University Ulster getting up for second place, and TUD athlete, I think that's Bruno Ivoro, just maybe giving the University Ulster man a bit of a race down the home straight.
Yeah, so 42.93 there, the result to remember for the second heat, which will be coming. Obviously these finals run on times, although seeded in terms of the overall team scores. So we'll have the heavy hitters in terms of the overall team scores in this heat, including UL, DCU, SETU and UCD among the top 3 colleges, top 4 colleges.
So in this second heat of the men's 4x1, we have UCC in lane 2, University Limerick in lane 3, UCD in 4, DCU in 5, and SETU all the way out in lane 6. Jack Hickey of UL taking the start in blocks. Lads, any inside info? How's he running forward this 100?
Yeah, look, Jack's made a bit of a abrupt transition to the jumps this season. After a training camp in Tenerife, he said he went all in on the long jump and triple jump. Now, he just finished outside the points in the triple jump. He's very disappointed, so I say he's well fired up for this. Jack, as we know him, as an absolute pocket rocket. So he will get out of the blocks quick here. So he's a great lad to have on a potentially shorter first leg.
Very happy to be part of any sort of committee as well. So if you're looking for anyone to maybe fill a role on your committee, Jack is your man.
If there's any AGM that you need attending, Jack Hickey will be there. Now, admittedly, 4x1 probably wouldn't be UL's strongest. Really, I think we're looking forward to the 4x4, but we still have 4 strong sprinters. You know, a bit of a mix of distances. Owen Kenny there as well, great 400 runner, and hates DCU.
Yeah, we hate you too, guys.
It's fine. It's all good. It's all love.
Oh, well, we all hate Owen Kenny.
How could you?
Just some of the athletes there leading off for each college. I think that's Dermot Bannon of UCC, kind of a high jumper, did a bit of pole vault there this afternoon. Jack Hickey of UL, Jesse Osas of UCD, Kem Mera of DCU. We saw his brother run earlier in the last heat and first leg for TUD, but unfortunately had baton trouble on the first changeover. And Adam Nolan, the hurdler of SETU.
I was thinking that was Adam Nolan. With my limited sprint knowledge, it looked like Adam Nolan out there. But I'm interested to see how SETU get on overall here.
They do have
What's the rest of their team looking like, Sean?
Their team is quite kind of, I'd say, underrated, I suppose, is probably the best way to put it. They're kind of probably not the favourites on paper, but if they can put the baton around, they should be in decent position. They have Adam Nolan in the first leg. You have Dannon Long in that team as well, who was in the 200 final. You have Daniel, who was in the 100 final, and you have Ruben McCarthy, the hurdler. So if they can get this baton around, they could challenge the likes of DCU and UCD.
Yeah, they've had a really good championship, so a win here or a good second, or getting ahead of the likes of UL and DCU, be a big help for them in the overall.
Probably the breakout college of indoors and out. I think they were second in the overall indoors as well. So
yeah, most definitely. Like you have the Marcus Lawler there taking control of some of the business going down there, and Kate Veal taking control of the Waterford side of it. So you have those 2 colleges amalgamated into SETU, so really producing some fine athletes here.
Great to see some investment into athletics across all the universities across Ireland.
We have 3 white flags, so we are going to be ready to go. Jack Hickey obviously not happy with the blocks and looking for a volunteer to stand on them.
Yeah, he can be a bit of a princess, our Jack. For a small man, but he's packing a lot of power there.
I'd say he's trying to hide behind that volunteer and see can he get out before the gun goes. Maybe I'll be watching. So
I don't know who he picked there to stand on his blocks, but
so we have UCC, UL, UCD, DCU, and SETU. And we're away. Your probably fastest starter is going to be Kem Mera of DCU, maybe Jesse Osas alongside him.
Let's see how the first changeover goes. Looks good all around. Very even still. Hard to tell.
Looks like
maybe UCD. I don't know.
We'll see when the buttons are passed. DCU are clean through it. Michael Farley on that top end. Darren Murphy, Dannon Long. So 3 really, really good athletes.
Final changeover now could decide this. All clean. DCU streaking away here, but good last leg from UCD, closing up the gap.
Sean Owens really putting in yards into David, but David Ogbubu takes it 41-19.
Oh,
that looked really,
not
really
good.
nasty there. Owen Kenny, just after, as he was crossing the line, really grabbing hold of his hamstring. Really didn't look nice at all now.
That's tough to watch now. Okay.
Even though I was saying I hate Owen Kenny at the start, that looked awful.
It's all love, really. Like
That was bad.
Owen Kenny, of course, looking to race the 4x4.
We have a replay of it here.
I might have to pop down and put on the spikes.
Just about, yeah,
What was that?
just about 4 or 5 meters from the line.
Yeah.
You could just see him starting to lose his running form. See, can we get a So David Ogbubu takes it for DCU. Sean Owens is second. Yeah,
Just there, about 9 meters. I've just got and classic hamstring, really. But that's disappointing. Now it's been Kenny's good club man, and he's put in a good shift this weekend. So that's disappointing to see now.
The DCU managing to get the baton around this year. Obviously with the bit of the dream team there in terms of the 1, 2, 3 and the 100 meters earlier on.
Jack
So I believe that'll be 1, 2, 3
Keane Hodgins
from that
to go
heat
get
after
his
his 42.9.
spikes ready for a potential 4x4 run.
Was the time set by?
It's something you hate to see in these sort of races, though.
Those guys in that heat. So in terms of the wait for distance results coming through there, the TUS taking the 1 and 2 there. So Tiernan Canny with a throw of 9.89, followed by the workhorse Paddy Hassett just after finishing his 4x1 there for TUS, just closely followed by his 200 metres final as well. And then Corey Scanlon from SETU taking third place in 8.04. Colo Murray and Liam Granville from DCU then fourth and fifth, 8.02, 7.75. And Porrick McCarthy of MTU then taking the last point for the team scores in 7.45. Scarmo's trying to tell me something here.
I think that could have been an IUAA record. Yeah, so the previous record was held by DCU of 41.23. Michael Farley, Mark Smith, Charles Okafor and Paul McDermott all the way back in 2022. So that's a new IUAA record for Kem, Michael, David and Craig. Very, very impressive running.
Just as we've seen Kem taunting his later track club teammate Jesse Osas from UCD. Craig Duffy doing the same.
How's that going?
So we have the women's scores here with just the 4x4s to come. UL in the lead with 109 points, followed by DCU with 108 points. So 1 point in it in before the relay. So it'll come down to whoever finishes ahead of the other in the relay with, I think it's 10, 8, 6, 4 and 2 points for the relay positions.
This is it here, is it? 1 point.
So should DCU finish ahead of UL in the relay, it'll overturn that 1 point deficit, I think.
This is exactly what we want to see.
Yeah.
Any inside info on the team that might line out for UL?
No.
These distance lads don't have a clue.
It could potentially be a mix of some of our 4x1 girls as well, so they'll have their legs up. Like Jenny Sawyer will probably be talking. Laura McCourt, Sophie Walker, yeah. So up next to 5Ks.
And that is my cue to get out of here. My
we will
analysis.
see you back for the 4x4s.
Yeah, maybe I'll stay. Maybe if a few of them set up blocks over there on the far side, I might watch that. But no, I think that I've had enough here. My time here is up. I might be called back for
There might be someone
4x4 knowledge, but no.
Interesting from one of the SSU lads to be doing a pigeon stretch on the start line in lane 1. That's a new one.
You a PE student?
I am a PE student, Finn. Yeah, PE and maths. Shout out to the boys.
What's the benefit of the pigeon stretch at the start of the 5K?
Well, look, as Pat Hogan says, the science tells us that you don't really want to be doing a static stretching like that right before you go. You want to maintain a bit of muscle tension. But look, whatever it takes you to mentally get ready for 12 and a half laps of the track, I don't blame the man.
Yeah, so just as we get the medal presentation for the weight for distance as well, so that was Tiernan Canny, Paddy Hassett of TUS and Corey Scanlon of SETU.
Paddy Hassett, really a jack of all trades there.
I was wondering why Pádraig Hassett came sprinting away from the 200 metre finish line, but he obviously was heading back to finish his weight for distance duties. I believe he had a rush to complete his thesis yesterday evening, so he's been rushing around the place. But
you saw him running back up for the start of the 4x1 as well.
Yeah, he has been a man all over the place. But they're underway in the 5K anyway.
So we haven't got the heat sheets for these 5Ks, I don't think, lads, have we?
Yeah, so this is the B race. We'll have an A race that's seeded with probably the more faster athletes on paper. Last year this was run, the B race was won by Aidan Burke in 15:19, so not exactly hanging around either.
Worth noting, Finn, a lack of Giovanni Salvatore in this heat.
Could be seeded in the first heat.
He could, yeah. Honorary member of the first heat. Giovanni, of course, stole our hearts last year by doing all the events.
Yeah, I think he's taken a bit more of a sensible approach this year.
A bit more of a high performance approach of just focusing on 5 events probably instead of 10.
So just to bring you the results from the men's 4x1 then. So we had obviously DCU in an IOAA record with 41.19 taking the title there, followed by UCD in 41.54, and TUS then from the first heat will have gotten the bronze in 42.92. UL back in 5th on 43.21, although I don't think that's going to affect their team title lead all too much.
It looks like the men's do have a good lead in the overall, but still comes down to a couple more events with the 5K here, 4x4 at the end, so still all to play for really.
Yeah, so as we see the medal presentation for the women's 4x1 there, the lads coming just by. So the idea with the B heat, they're going to want to put a bit of pressure on the lads in the first heat, so they're going to want to lay out a time as quick as they can go, just in case the lads in the first heat try to take it out at a walk. Obviously these are based on times, but they're seeded, so the stronger athletes will be going in the second heat, but they won't be able to dawdle around too much if they lay out a decent time here in the B heat.
Yeah, but strange things do happen at varsities though. We've seen it sometimes indoors when athletes get seeded in the wrong races, and they can make a statement in the B race and they can get in the mix when they compile the results overall. Some lads, if you're first or second or third in the B race, sometimes you'd be very competitive in the A race, so that's kind of just the way it goes here. These lads have to time trial it and force the lads in the A race to really go for it and make it honest. Also joined here by Cian Hodgins after his brilliant third place in the 1500. Very happy for you, Hodge. Great run. Let me shake your hand. I haven't seen you since. Your hands are full here. Congratulations. Great run. I was roaring at you up the back straight to go past Oisin Davis, but you knew better.
I cut my losses at that point.
Keane Boyle said that your plan was to make the move you didn't want to do. Did you do that?
No.
Well then, it's something.
I love that quote.
So basically I was telling myself to make the move I didn't want to make, but I didn't make the move I didn't want to make. Instead, I just didn't do anything. And
I rallied.
But look, I said I'd let Oisin Davis away with one more victory over me before I come for him in Clonmel.
Look, a medal is still what you were aiming for coming into the weekend, so
job done.
Can't be disappointed.
Job done.
So we have Cian Hodgins, very proud granny in the chat as well, just to congratulate you. Well done, Cian.
Can you turn the mic off I will be filing a lawsuit with DCU after that. Finn, what do you have to say for
I
yourself?
misread that.
You misread the comment.
It's okay. I think you meant it endearingly, to be fair.
Yeah.
It's okay.
So we were through there in 3:09.
Leave it to DCU, huh?
Through the K for this B heat.
I hope they don't go through the line here. They will. That could mess up the timing. No, they're going to shout at them? No, they won't. Okay.
Giovanni Salvatore's down there.
Could we see him in the 4x4, Finn?
100%.
He doesn't look like a fella who's warming up for the A race. But he has the Napoli shorts on. You know.
So they'll be coming through a mile here in 5:04.
That's good going. That's about 15:45 pace-ish.
It's a good, honest pace.
Good, honest, yeah. And that'll be competitive in the A race, I think, for a lot of athletes. Now, if we got a start list uploaded, that'll be very useful to identify these athletes. Finn, you've never been tempted to race a track 5K?
No. I've done the one 5K ever about 2 years ago.
Right.
On a cheater's course in Jingle Bells. And I completed it. So that'll be my only 5K probably for
one and done.
Time.
Yeah. 12 and a half laps, not for the faint-hearted. And it seems to be getting warm out there. I don't know, the sun, it is sunny. I don't know, maybe the temperature's up on the track. Which adds another element, you know, especially with like the 10Ks and 5Ks on the track, like when you're getting a bit of heat off the track. You can feel it in your feet.
It's definitely died down as well since yesterday and this morning, so good conditions for these lads to have a good go here.
Yeah, it's definitely calmed down from this morning as well. Definitely it feels a lot more relaxed out there.
It's 3:13 second K there, bringing them through in 6:22. It's a slight slow off from the first 3:09K.
Yeah, they're probably slipping back towards probably about 16-minute pace here. But there's always a close. These lads, there'll always be a bit of a kick.
No start list or anything.
They're too busy uploading the photo finishes from the 4x1s to give us a start list, but hopefully by the A race now we'll have some of the names.
I can imagine there's two separate people operating that because we're getting photo finishes and after the results.
Yeah.
This is not 3K, this is...
Definitely not 3K, Jesus, tell you. 8:22 3K in the B race would be good moving, yeah. So they're just 2,400, no?
600.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Maths teacher, by the way. Yeah, so we have our two athletes out in front, followed by SCTU. Very hard to front run these distance races, but sometimes it calls for it. Now he's actually looking around, looking for a bit of help, so maybe MTU might go to the front here, take a bit of the wind, help each other out. Especially in the B race, there's nothing to be gained from going tactical and trying to race lads. You know, you really want to get your time out of it and try to be competitive in the overall.
Just as they come through 3K there in about 9:40. So holding down another 3:18 there after 6:22. Again, apologies to Cian Hodgins, who's in the chat now. Misread that comment.
Okay, so our athlete from MTU is actually stringing out the pace here now. So they'll be coming up to about a mile. Yeah, miles to go now when they come around through the finish line. Hello, Derek Hendy. Yeah. Is that yours?
So we have the medal presentations for the men's 4x1.
Yeah, so our B5K coming up to a mile to go here now, so they're just a click inside 11 minutes. So, about 5 minute last mile, we get them under 16, which would be a big target for a lot of these gentlemen, I believe. But our MTU athlete looks like he's really motoring well, actually. He's kind of stretched out the gap here.
Yeah, MTU must be feeling good there. We had a TUS athlete leading there for the first 2 mile or so. Is struggling a little bit now, but we're going to see our host college athlete from MTU taking this out.
Okay, so after 22 events, we got results in for the men. So there's 2 events left, being the 5K and the 4x4. So after 22 events, UL are on 110 points, SETU in second are on 91, and DCU are in third on 82. Okay, so UL with a bit of a cushion there heading into the last 2 events. But look, anything can happen, as we always see here at these championships. And just a reminder of the women's results after 23 events, 1 point of a difference between UL and DCU, 109 to 108. So it's all coming down to the 4x4, which we cannot wait for.
I believe DCU will be able to field a strong enough team for the 4x4 there. 2 medalists in the event earlier, Aisling Stratford and Daisy Walker.
Very nice. Will you be dipping into your middle distance roster to fill out the squad, or do you think you have enough depth in your sprint group to?
Murray as well. Recently moved up to the 800, but I'd imagine she'll be getting the call up from Coach Joe Ryan to fill out that squad.
Yeah, she already has experience racing relays. Yeah.
PB. Hazel Hughes possibly as well, second in the 800. Moya O'Connell as well was running in the 4 hurdles earlier, so it's a decent depth to pick from there.
Yeah, no, we're lucky enough in UL as well to have a deep enough sprint group to pick from, so I'm not too sure what our final selection was. It was kind of depending on form and injuries and who was up for it really. So obviously we'll have maybe the likes of Jenny Sawyer and Lauren McCourt will be staples in that team, and then other than that we'll have to wait and see who actually gets declared on the start line.
So MTU is going to come through here with 2 laps to go. We see a bit of a charge here from TUD athlete trying to get back up to challenge him in this B race.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't mind watching a bit of a close finish here over the last 600. Racing is always entertaining at any level, so we're keeping a close eye on this one.
So we see our TUD athlete actually taking the lead there from MTU, but he's going to try and stick to him now as they come around to 500 metres to go.
Yeah, so about to take the bell here now. Our MTU athlete is sitting pretty in behind TUD, so this will actually be a nice little burn up over the last 400. see who has the wheels, see who's been doing their strides.
Just we see the DCU athletes from the 4x1 making absolutely horrendous pictures there on the podium.
Surely they should be shot for that.
The camera lady there is thinking, please put me on my misery, lads.
Yeah. Yeah, so we got the cameras on them now. Come on. For anyone who didn't see it, they had the spikes up to their ears now, calling someone. Calling Joe, probably, was it? Okay, back to our 5K anyways. Our MTU athlete has stormed past our 2UD athlete, who did a lot of work there to catch up and bridge the gap, but our MTU athlete is ploughing home now, so let's keep an eye on the clock. Could he get under
33 seconds?
Yeah,
to get under 16 minutes here.
Yeah, I'd imagine 16 is usually a target for a lot of InterVarsity athletes, so he's really turning over nicely here though at 100 go. I'm very impressed here. Looking very strong.
No, he's
so
finished very strong here.
He should be in about 16 minutes.
He's really pushing it home here to try and get under the 60 minutes. Looks like he'll do
55, 56, 57, 58. Lovely. 57.9.
I'd say it was 58. I think.
Yeah. Stopped early. Yeah. And our 2D athlete just outside 60 minutes, but a great effort from him though. You know, put in the work to bridge the gap and take the lead for a lap or so. So fair play to him.
Yeah, it's a good battle between those two. So that'll set down the marker here for the A race. They'll know they can't mess around too much. They have to get under 16 minutes. So someone will have to decide to take the lead in that one.
Yeah. So I imagine in the A race we've enough quality to maybe run the 5K well under 15 minutes, probably close to 14:30. We have the lads to do it. It's just, are they brave enough?
Any UL talent in the 5K?
Our UL representatives, so we have Barry Conway, we have young Darren Mulrooney, first year from Sligo, and we have Jay Maloney from Nina. Okay, so we've a good mix of experience and youth, and Barry Conway, whatever you want to say about Barry Conway.
Very good. I think from DCU we have a plethora of youth athletes. We have 3 first years.
Very good.
Going in the 5K. So that's Thomas Breslin, Conor Sherwin, and Rory McAvoy.
Very good. Yeah. So I remember last year. I think we were commenting on last year. It was a very good quality race between Niall Murphy, Michael Murphy, Oisin Murray was there. Kevin McGrath got up for a medal. So I think it was 1 in 14:08 IUA record for Niall Murphy. Now then we're missing a few of them lads this year, but we still have, if I believe the entries, like Shane Spring, Danny Nugent are in good form this year. So, it'll be interesting. It's probably not as deep, we'll say, as the previous year, but it's a good opportunity for a lot of the younger lads, like we said, to get in the mix in a race at their ability and hopefully string them along. Okay, so DCU are back on the podium.
Oh yeah.
Finn, what do you have to say about that?
Clearly they didn't like the pictures from the few minutes ago.
Oh my God.
Get up there again.
And who's the poor girl there who had to video them doing that?
Oh, I can't recognise her from the back.
Is she maybe an IUA rep or something?
Oh, it was a Sarah Bateson, I believe.
Sure, as long as they're happy anyways. As long as they think they look cool, isn't that all that matters, Finn?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we just have a few more athletes still out on track, finishing off the first heat of the 5K. Nice little Maynooth athlete coming in here now. Who else do we have? Yeah, just 1 or 2 more left.
Looks like we have the women's discus medalists out there waiting for the medals, although we haven't received those results just yet. So that's Anna Gavigan and Holly Wright from DCU anyway, that I recognise. I'd imagine Andy Gavigan would have taken that representative for Ireland at the European Throws Championships, as we have TUD coming in here with, I think, a lap to go. Or, no, he's finished up now.
Okay, lovely stuff. That's
I
the
think
track.
that might have been a discretionary finish there from the officials.
Yeah. So the track is clear now. Giovanni Salvatore, he'd love that. He's over there giving a hug to the teammates. But track's clear now, ready for we call it the A race, or the second race of the men's 5,000 metres. Our last individual event of the day, I believe. Yeah.
Just as those lads are lining out there, I'll just bring you the women's discus results there as they're waiting for the DCU men's 4x1 team to clear the podium to be given their medals. So we have Anna Gavigan with the throw of 53.25, way out in the lead ahead of Holly Wright in second. So 1-2 there for the discus women's, which I believe will be hugely important in terms of the overall scores, with Claire Kennedy from ATU following in third at 36.69, and then the jack of all throws there, Katrina Pacharin-Skaita of UL with a throw of 32.93. I believe she's won about 3 or 4 throws already. This
Katrina can do anything. I watched her do the way for distance, and they're going to have to extend the pit next year if she's coming back. But yes, that's points there for DCU and UL.
Okay, so we thought it was just the relay to come. We got a results sheet there after 23 of 24 events, but the discus wasn't actually put up there, so that's massive points for DCU.
That's huge for DCU, but Katrina's getting a few points there, so DCU probably have the edge heading into the relay.
As Jack Hickey joins us here to have a look at the results as they're coming through. Jack, well done in the 4x1 and the triple jump. What else have you done today?
As everyone would know, I'm a prolific hammer thrower. So I also was the only one willing to get out of bed this morning to come out and do the hammer, and then I went back to the hotel for half an hour. But yeah, it's been a busy day. But when you're my age, you have the endurance and the stability to get through all the events.
The experience?
Something like that.
Experience or age?
Age, experience, lack of wisdom. Loads of things. Trinity are stringing this one out, are they?
Yep, so that's Shane Spring. We're going to go back to the 5K. So Shane Spring of Trinity, probably one of our favourites, is at the front. So Shane's ran low 40 minutes for 5K. He's a really good athlete. And closely followed by Tom Breslin of DCU, and then that's Aidan Burke of MTU. So actually won our B race last year, as Luke said, in a quick time. He's in the A race this year, which is great. And I also see Darren Mulrooney up there, our young Sligo boys, up there in the mix as well. Okay, so it's all together at this stage.
Mulrooney hails from the disco capital of the world, according to him, Enniscrone. He made me say that on Mike. Barry Conway tucked in there. He didn't feature. Many people were commenting how sad they were. They didn't feature on commentary this year, but he's too busy scrubbing his hair by the looks of it.
Yeah, so 145-ish through 600 there, so that's decent. That's about 14:35 pace, roughly. Now it'll take a good effort to keep this ball rolling the whole way, but our main contenders moving to the front there. I seen Danny Nugent up into second. He was third in indoors in the 3K. Tom Breslin, DCU. Yeah, so Rory McAvoy, brother of Shane McAvoy, who's over in Tulsa, also up there. Mulrooney, Shane Moran, Barry Conway. No major splinters yet. 220 through the 800.
Looks like Jamie Bulldog Maloney is tucked in the pack there, tipping along nicely. Grode Long just at the back of the field. I think Grode ran 14:40-ish last year in this, so might pace himself well and come through the field.
Yeah, so Danny Nugent, interestingly, is taking over the lead from Shane Spring, so maybe similar to last year, there might be a bit of an agreement to keep things moving, not let it go too slow. But fair play to him for taking it on and making it on. It's 2:56 through the K.
So no worries of these lads going too slow, where they won't have caught up at the B race. We see Shane Spring there Normally a contender in the 10k, dropping down to the 5k for this particular championship.
Would I be right in saying he won the 10k last year? Or was he second? Gavin Curtin won it, he was second, yeah, I remember.
He's been second twice. He was second in Belfast as well, behind Cathal O'Reilly.
Okay, a few gaps starting to show up here, so we're looking about 2:30, yeah. So there was a small pickup there from Danny Nugent. I say he might have dropped down to maybe a 68 or a 69 second lap. So that'll be a test of some of these lads moving into that kind of mid to low 40 minutes kind of pace.
Yeah, so maybe Conor Sherwin just losing touch there with the 4 lads out front. Followed by Barry Conway, I think is from UL. So
yeah, so
a bit of a breakaway happening here.
Yeah, the DCU lads being a bit braver than maybe some of the UL lads, but it's still early days yet. Barry Conway hopefully can bridge the gap.
Yeah, so they'll come around to a mile here.
You know what, I respect, beyond respect Barry. He may not be the fittest or the prettiest, but he's got a lot of heart.
Yeah, I can vouch for that. Barry Conway famously wouldn't be the greatest trainer in the world, but he can perform.
On Keane's comment of him being the prettiest, I think his mother and maybe his girlfriend might disagree, but
just as Danny Nugent gets a bit of a jump there on the 3 lads, really dropping the pace here, coming through a mile in 4:38. So
yeah, so that looked like a 68 second lap for Danny Nugent, which in a 5k would definitely put the squeeze on some of these lads. So this is a very big gap very early, but great run from Danny so far, doing it the hard way. Sometimes that's the best way.
So I believe Shane Springs gone about 14:20, I believe. So he might just be leaving this pace go and hoping that he comes back a bit later on in the race. Obviously, very strong athlete, Shane Spring.
Yeah, no one's really gone with this aggressive move from Danny Nugent, and they're probably better off because he's put in a serious spurt here. Barry Conway at the front of the chase group, I suppose, trying to get up to Shane Spring and our 2 DCU athletes. But really good from Danny Nugent so far, coming up to 2k.
A bit of a group forming in behind here, but a bit of a chase group consisting of Barry Conway, Conor Sherwin, and the UCD athlete just getting a bit of a jump there as well.
Yeah, so Danny Nugent was through 2k there in about 5:47 roughly. So yeah, he's moving in here around 14:30 pace, I'd say.
For the second K then.
2:51, yeah. Okay, so big jump there. So 2:41 would be about 14:15 pace. So he's really running well here, Danny. Fair play to him. Yeah, so Springer and Tom Breslin and Rory McAvoy. I was about to call him Rory McIlroy. Rory McAvoy in our chase pack, and then Shane Moore leading out our main group in here in the middle.
So the 2 DCU lads will be well happy to sit in behind Shane Springer, member of the Heavies Track Club, coached by Simon Devaney. It'll be a good block for the win there on the back straight for the 2 lads.
Yeah, I can't imagine those young lads from DCU, have they much experience racing 5k?
Breslin will have much experience racing over cross country, which is his admittedly his preferred event. So he's hoping to transfer some of that form onto the track. Obviously made the junior Eurocross team there before Christmas. And Rory McAvoy will be new enough to the event. I think he may have raced 1 or 2 road 5Ks down in Kilkenny. However, it's a different beast on the track, as you'll know well, Mark Hanrahan.
Yeah, it's quite often a different story compared to cross country when you move to track. We were only talking about this yesterday in terms of racing 10Ks. If you're on the road and you're in carbon shoes with your super foams, it can be a lot easier than 25 laps and spikes. Small things like that make a big difference. When you're moving between different surfaces and shoes and spikes and etc. But no real change here. Danny Nugent still leading.
Laps.
Sorry, what did I say?
25.
I was talking about 10k. Come on, Finn.
Okay.
You get off your phone.
Maths teacher, by the way. I just wanted to say that again.
Okay, so Danny Nugent's, jeez, he's nearly 100 metres ahead now at this stage. He had a quick look over the shoulder though. Probably just keeping track of where things are.
So he'll come up to 3k here, I believe.
Yep, this will be a 3k split. And he'll be very happy, I'd say, when he sees this split.
He would have gone about 256, then a 251. We're looking here at about another 253, I believe. Yeah, 253 there, gone through an 8.
Good going, yeah. So he's probably averaging about 69 seconds per lap. So, yeah, still he's well on for about 14:30, I'd say, here. Yeah, so our chase back here of the 3 lads, maybe slowly getting reeled in by our main group, which is led out by our UCD athlete Shane Moore and Darren Mulrooney, first year from UL. Great to see giving this a go. And UCC, Barry Conway through 3k there, just outside 9 minutes. And Jay Maloney, Aidan Burke, Adam Condon. Andy Nevin here as well, actually. Raced a lot of events last year, but I think this is the first event I've seen him race this year. Yeah, so Danny Nugent has definitely extended his lead here. And I have a feeling our chase group is slowly getting wound in by our main group. So this will be an interesting last mile here.
Yeah, they'll have a mile to go here.
Yeah.
It's going to come through in under 10 minutes, so.
Yeah, so if Danny keeps rolling here, if he can start working down to maybe some 68s and closing at 4:30, like he's looking well on for a 14:20 something 5k, which would be a really great solo result.
Okay. Shane Spring just seems to be losing Tom Breslin here as Rory McAvoy slips in behind his slipstream. So it seems like the medals might be starting to sort themselves unless we see some kick on here by this following group.
Yeah, I'd agree there. Now the medals look fairly set in stone. I think Danny Nugent just getting further and further away. But a lot of points still up for grabs here. From my own perspective, Darren Mulrooney of UL, would love to see him maybe move up towards 5th or 6th, just get into better points positions, maybe catch is that Tom Breslin?
Yeah, so UL there in 7th at the moment, but closing in on Tom Breslin quite quickly. Danny Nugent is just showing his class here, absolutely streaking away. He's putting good 150 metres into this field here as Rory McAvoy starts to try and make a move outside Shane Spring, but he responds.
Yeah, so Danny Nugent, of course, coached by Phelim Kelly, I believe.
Coming up to 4k here, 11:32. So that's another 2:52.
Really locked in here now. So yeah, he's definitely looking at a sub 14:30 clock in here and doing it solo, which is very, very impressive. Of course, Danny's come on strength to strength over the last year. So this is a really impressive performance from him.
As we see Rory McAvoy take the lead from Shane Spring in the battle for second place there.
Yeah, so Danny Nugent is stretching his lead out to about 180 metres here. And there's been a change over here, so Rory McAvoy taking on the lead from Shane Spring. Our next chaser group led out by Shane Moore of UCD, also slowly closing in.
As Darren Mulrooney gets a big cheer from a fellow UL athlete.
Yeah,
Purcell up in the commentary box.
Another co-commentator here, Purcell, give Mulrooney a good shout here, the king of Enniscrone.
Danny Nugent's going to come around here with 400 metres to go as he starts to lap the majority of this field now. Goes past his DKIT teammate there.
So 13:16 on the clock. So, geez, yeah, if you can, 60 only needs a 64 to go 14:20. Now, sounds grand on paper, but 11 laps in your legs, not so straightforward. But really, really impressive, Danny Nugent, in fairness. Not the easy way to do it. Elsewhere, though, the medal battle isn't over yet here. McAvoy leads from Spring, but they've been caught. They've been caught by UCC and Shane Moran of UCD. This will be very interesting. Shane Spring's going backwards, and UCC goes from 5th to 2nd in the space of nowhere. Okay, so Danny Nugent has all but won this race. So we might see him coming into the finish, and we'll get a look at our chase pack.
No, the clock stopped. But,
okay, so the clock has stopped.
He'll be very close to 14.
Okay, we have a clock here, yeah. So 14:20.
Just
Yeah,
outside
lovely.
14:20.
Really good stuff. Okay, we'll go back to 200 to go with our chase group. UCC from UCD. Rory McAvoy, after a great effort, just running out of gas. 100 to go here now. Will Shane Moran swing wide? Back from America. The Cork crowd getting behind UCC, but Shane Moran just going to get past him here. Very well judged effort from Shane Moran. And they're going to run 14:50. Okay, Rory McAvoy in for 4th. Great effort, Shane Spring 5th. Darren Rooney just outside 50 minutes. Great effort in 6th. 1 point on the board for UL.
Very impressive run there from Danny Nugent, taking command after a K and just showing it down.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for that now. Like, track 5Ks are brutal. And usually, you'd want to kind of get tucked in behind a group and switch off and just click off the laps, but he had to do that all on his own.
It's Barry Conway.
Barry Conway coming in there just under 14:30. Lot of bodies out on the track there. 5K is brutal.
Yeah, so they have to clear the lads here before the 4x4, which will be coming up next.
Grode Long improving 40 seconds on his last 5K. Yeah. Oh no, 3rd. Shane Moran was 2nd.
Oh, inside 3rd.
Yeah.
As Andy
Garode Long was 3rd.
Andy Kipnevan here coming through under 16 minutes. Legend of the IOAA, of course.
Leaves us with 2 events to run.
Both 4x4s.
DCU with a commanding lead in the women's and UL with a commanding lead in the men's.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we could probably do the quick maths on that now to figure out the overall. Men's and women combined.
I'd say UL are winning that.
Maybe UL might have we've big enough lead in the men's, might give us overall.
DCU up 8 points in the women's with 1 event to go.
So, impossible for UL?
If UL won and DCU didn't score, unlikely.
Yeah. Yeah, so a double podium for DCU in the women's discus, just giving them enough of a lead going into the last event. But again, a really super effort from our own UL girls, year after year showing up and getting closer and closer every year. So fair play to you.
So these 4x4s due to go off in about 9 minutes ago. So I'll be looking to get these relays done as soon as I can.
Yeah, are we a bit ahead of schedule or are we kind of bang on? We're actually behind, geez, okay.
I think there's only allocated time. Oh no, 40 minutes for the 5Ks. I think the 4x1s might have taken a little bit longer than anticipated.
It's a 3:30. Oh yeah, about 10 minutes behind. Doesn't look like they'll be moving over anytime soon. Are the women's maybe on the start line?
We could be congregating over in the corner where we can't see.
Yeah, we just had a shot here.
Case.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Do we have heats start lists for this?
I think so. I'd say it'll be pretty much the same as the 4x4s due to the seeding of the overall team. I'd say in the first heat we'll be seeing the likes of the women's 4x4. We'll be seeing the likes of TD, Galway, Maynooth and TUS.
Yeah.
Were you considered for your 4x4 position, Finn?
Thankfully not.
You won't be too mad about that?
We actually had 4 lads who wanted to do it this year.
Fair enough.
Which is a bit of an anomaly, so everyone is happy in the DCU camp. So the 4x4 athletes just receiving the instructions there from the officials. I think we're going to get underway fairly soon. As we see the second leg runners making their way over to the start line. I wonder if the block's set up already, or is that not completed yet?
No, probably not. I see they're just getting into their position now in the changeover area, and then they'll send out their lead legs to get set up in the blocks. UL going in this first heat, though. Are you only having one heat here, maybe?
Seems that way, yeah. I think we've
I see changing side. Yes, we've UL here. That's 2UD.
DCU are there.
UCD or DCU are there. Okay, yeah. So looking like we haven't got a start list for this, but we should be. Might just be the one.
It's just the one heat.
Just the one heat. Okay.
So we have Sean Carmody here to help us out once more with the sprints. Seems like it's just one heat there, is it? Or do you have any idea?
I go have a look.
You'll go have a look. Yeah, just the one heat. Seems like all 8 lanes are being filled there, except for lane 1 maybe. Oh, sorry, seven teams in this, so
could get congested at the changeover potentially.
Yeah, looks like we have SETU in lane 2, UCD lane 3, MTU lane 4. Is that UCC in lane 5, DCU lane 6, UL lane 7, and Trinity in lane 8.
Yeah, so the DCU women having an 8-point lead in the overall heading into this last event, so looking good for them.
We have 10 points for first, so unless
I
don't want to jinx it with DCU
Comteer's curse now
calamity in this women's title should be theirs.
Shout out to Alex Cashman, who did the 1500 and the steeple and now doing the 4x4, so tough triple for the Cashman twin.
So it looks like from DCU we'll have Daisy Walker, I think, leading them off. Moya O'Connell on the second leg, followed by Amy Doherty on the third leg. Aisling Stratford then on the fourth leg. So Aisling Stratford and Daisy Walker were Aisling Stratford won the 400, Daisy Walker's third, so quite a strong showing from that team. Don't know if you can recognise some of the UL.
I actually can't even see. They're quite far over. I'm not too sure, but I can see Eve Mooney here on the second leg, followed by Jenny Sawyer and Lauren McCourt. So a strong team out here. Eve racing the 800 and the 4x4. Oh, sorry, the 4 hurdles and the 800. So busy weekend for her.
So Joe Ryan has not, in fact, dipped into his middle distance talents in Eve Murray and Hazel Hughes, who were second and third in the 800 metres earlier on. 2 800s is enough for them this weekend, apparently. Any predictions for this, Sean Carmody?
Just looking down at it, DCU with a strong team, UCD with quite a strong team. You have Cara Murphy there, winner of the 400 hurdles earlier on. Amy Jo Kierans and Zoe Ritchie, who's in the 800 final. Seems to be some sort of issue here.
Trinity wasn't getting their set position there. I think Trinity in lane 8 weren't getting their knee off the ground there in their set position, which is required.
Okay, away cleanly so. Obviously the massive stagger on a 4x4, it's hard to tell really what positions they're in until maybe halfway through the second leg, but so far, UL, DCU, UCD all coming to the fore. Yeah, DCU have eaten up the stagger on UL already, so
yeah,
they look like they're in pole position.
From Daisy Walker and Cara Murphy. Cara Murphy there on the inside in lane 3. So we'll know when they're handing over the batons, we'll be able to really work out their positions. But strong run from DCU, UCD and UL. These three out in front.
Yeah, so DCU with a commanding lead now heading into the first changeover. UCD and UL neck and neck. Of course, they must stay in their lanes for another 100 metres and then they'll cut in on the back straight and then we'll see their real positions. UCD getting out hard here though.
Yeah, it looks like Amy Jo Kierans out there of UCD really putting in a strong first 100 metres of this 400 metre leg. Moya O'Connell of DCU, and I think that's Eve Mooney of UL in third. Avril Cashman, more known for her distance running.
And her camogie.
I have to mention. All the way back in fourth. But it's these three teams, UCD leading.
Okay, so Eve Mooney actually starting to move well here now. She probably senses an opportunity to close up to DCU, maybe put them under pressure on the last two legs. Great leg from Eve, but UCD streaking away with this one. Heading into our second changeover. Super leg from Eve Mooney. Okay, so it's UCD from UL, from DCU. Lovely. Lauren McCourt here for UL. Sets after UCD.
Zoe Ritchie on the third leg there for UCD, who's in our, as I mentioned before, was in our 800 metre final earlier on today. And Amy Doherty of DCU on the third leg. Looks like Jenny Sawyer of UL just starting to close that gap on the UCD athlete in front of her as we go through 200 metres.
So that's Lauren McCourt for UL actually through 200. Jenny Sawyer on the last leg, but she's really closed up the gap here. Let's see if they can hold on. But she's really put on the burners here. Great leg from Lauren. It'll make for a really good last leg between UL and UCD.
So Laura McCourt just in this last 100 metres after opening, probably about 10-15 metre gap on Zoe Ritchie, and probably another 10-15 back to Amy Doherty.
Clean change over. Jenny Sawyer on the last leg, UCD in second, and DCU look comfortable in third.
So really, really strong run. I think that could be Molly Horan of UCD trying to close down that gap to Jenny Sawyer. Jenny Sawyer with a mountain of running done this weekend. With 200 metres to go left, will she be able to hold on to this lead? Probably about 15-20 metres in that gap, and a bit further back then to DCU.
Yeah, Jenny looking in full control here, our women's captain of course. But might not be over yet, but I think Jenny Sawyer should take the win here in the women's 4x4. Great way to finish the day for our UL ladies. UCD second, and then DCU coming in for third.
3 minutes 49 seconds on the clock. Very impressive running there from the UL team, and to be fair, the UCD team not too far behind them, also putting in a great shift there. Holly Carroll of UCC coming across the line now, again more renowned for her distance running.
Yeah, I think UCC put out the two Cashman twins and Holly Carroll there, so a fairly predominantly mid-distance squad. But great team getting involved.
And Zoe Conway of MTU taking home the last leg for them.
Just to bring you some official results there from the 5k, men's 5k that is. Danny Nugent obviously storming away for victory there in 14:21, followed by Shane Moran of UCD getting up for second at 14:51. Ger Long of UCC then getting up for third in 14:52. Rory McAvoy and Shane Spring in fourth and fifth there, just getting under 15 minutes in 14:57. And then Darren Mulrooney rounding out the points there in 15:02. So possibly one, possibly two races to come now. I'm not sure if there'll be enough for just the one race in this men's 4x4. I wonder will we be seeing a bit of a dream team here from UCD, obviously after completing the sweep there in the 400 earlier on.
Yeah, they'll definitely be hard to stop if they can get everyone fit and healthy on the start line.
Yeah, I saw Darren Murphy after his 400 was a little bit worse for wear after running 47 seconds for 400. Very impressive though. But he ran the 4x1 earlier on before the men's 5k was on, so we'll have to see does he have the legs for another race today. I think I see Owen Sharkey down there going to run the leg for UL.
Yeah, unfortunately Owen Kenny pulled up with a bit of a hamstring problem at the end of the 4x1, so I haven't heard what our official team is yet, but unlikely he'll be on the start line, so I'm not sure who they've recruited for the 4x4.
I think Fintan Dewhurst might also be running for UL, if I'm not mistaken. But
yeah, so we're looking at probably Fintan, Dewhurst, Jack Hickey, Owen Sharkey, and probably Jack Graney maybe made the 400 final as well for UL.
Finbar's itching to take the microphone off me here and say something.
He has something to say.
Just want to run through the implications of this relay for the team title here. So UL are well and clear, 20 points ahead with just the one race to go. So they'll have this locked up. However, SETU hold a lead of only 6 points over DCU. So should DCU finish high enough here and SETU struggle, could be an overturn there in terms of second and third. Looks like this might be run over 2 heats, I think, as we see Trinity with Alex Hernandez lining out there.
Yeah, a lot of bodies around.
So just in terms of what, just as we get the 1500 metre medal presentation.
1500 metre medalists. So we had Keane Hodgins of UL in third, great run for Keane. Oisin Davis of UG second, and Oisin Murray continues his fine form in the varsity competitions with a great win again. So well done, lads.
So no official start list here for this. However, the seeding will be done based on the team championship standings. So we'll be seeing a similar start list to the 4x1 here. So you can imagine the likes of TUS, UU, MTU, MU and Trinity likely in the first heat there, as we see Trinity, MTU anyway. Is that
2UD? Is that maybe MU on the far side? MTU, TUS?
ATU, I think.
Is that ATU? Okay.
It's ATU.
Yeah, it's ATU, yeah. And then
Galway.
UG, Trinity.
Yeah. And Owen Sharkey.
Owen Sharkey doing a stride, but I feel like they... Yeah, and then if we could head back to our podium for the presentation of the 5,000 metre medals, we have Grode Long of UCC in third, Shane Moran of UCD, and then Danny Nugent of DKIT in first place with a superb front run of 14:21.
You see Kyle Moorhead lining out here for the 4x4. He didn't want to leave that 800 as his final mark on the IOA.
Yeah, a stalwart in IOA competitions. Love watching Kyle race. Hopefully they go with a good bang here now in the relay. Not sure what kind of squad they're putting out.
Of course, Galway, one of the colleges on the right side of the hole, 1 year down fiasco. Although nothing would have stopped Kyle Moorhead lining out one last time for University of Galway.
The UG lead runner, interestingly, having a seat behind the blocks, resting up for his a big leg.
Can imagine he's probably had a few efforts already this weekend.
How are you?
Sean Carmody now is itching to get the microphone back off me, so he must have something interesting to say.
Yeah, just looking down at a few names that are running there. I think that's Andrew Hayes all the way on the outside for TUD. Was, as I probably said over the weekend before, he was part of the 4x4 relay squad at the under-20s over in Finland. And we are away, and looks like it is Andrew Hayes all the way out in lane 8 after making a good start. The Galway team after making up the ground. Some noise after going off here. I thought it was the start gun going again. Really impressive running all the way out in lane 8 from Andrew Hayes.
Looks pretty even though so far. Maybe TUD stretching out a small bit. Trinity making moves as well up the inside.
I recall the athlete there from Galway in the gas shorts from last year in Santry.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah, he actually ran well last year, remember.
Yeah, no, he held his.
Yeah, he did.
He held his position on the last leg very
Maybe.
well. So he's coming through here. He's made up a good bit of ground on the teams on the outside. Obviously, the stagger still to unwind.
Here's Kyle Moorhead
on the
now.
outside for
Gets the baton.
for TUD, I think. Yeah, that was. Yeah, Andrew Hayes now on the second leg. That was Keely Hogan on the first leg there for TUD. As Kyle Moorhead sets in pursuit of the front three here is Trinity.
Trinity storming up the inside. Gone out pretty quick. Let's see how well he holds it together over the last 200. Followed by TUD, followed by Toos. Kyle Moorhead storming through the field here, up into third.
Kyle Moorhead 8th in the 800 earlier on.
Yeah, this will be his last dance now in a UG singlet. Soak it in, Kyle.
Yeah. Looking to really lay it out here. Leave nothing out there. As Trinity come into this changeover in first place. Come through 800 metres there, 2 laps, 142. Godwin Matthias there of TUD is
absolutely
being pursued there by
it.
Galway. Those two are absolutely flying down the back straight now.
Going out that quick in the first 200 of relay can sometimes cost you coming up the home straight, so we'll see how these lads get on.
Yeah, Trinity look to front stack their team a little bit there. Are struggling now after leading there after 2 legs. The main battle here now is between Galway and Godwin Matthias of TUD, who's taking the lead back off the Galway man. Now TUD looking very strong there, coming in with a lap to go.
Looks like Bruno Ivora will be taking the baton for TUD. We saw him earlier in the men's 100 metre final. One of the Mannion brothers, one of the Mannion twins, after getting the baton now with probably about a 30 metre gap or so to try and catch Bruno. But very, very interesting in this last leg of Heat 1.
Not often you see a 100 runner stepping up to the 4.
No, and it looks like it could have cost him because Mannion is after closing that gap through the first 200 and is right on his shoulder now.
He's reeled him in.
180 to go. Very, very impressive running. See how much of a gap he can put in and see will they contend for a medal with the second heat of this coming soon.
Okay, so we just watch the clock just to have a reference point maybe for a second heat. So we're looking at UG coming through in 3:24.8. Okay, so our next heat will be having a close eye on the clock, and that's the time to beat.
ATU end up finishing here, and Trinity with Alex Hernandez finishing very strongly.
And Daniel Buckley, geez, I didn't see him.
Yeah, and Alex Hernandez, the man who trains once a week up in Portastown, nearly getting closed down there by MTU. Maybe after his efforts this weekend he might look at putting in another session or 2.
You might want to step it up a bit, yeah. MSB athlete?
Yes,
yeah,
course, yeah.
And how's the
yesterday.
How's the new track going for you?
It's brilliant, yeah. Only 6 lanes, no competitions.
Great.
Nice soft surface for training.
I nearly tore a hamstring trying to climb the fence there a few years ago, Scott. It was locked.
They've since increased the fence heights.
Right, yeah.
Doesn't stop the young lads from getting in
Yeah.
in the middle. Much of the annoyance of the coaches, although I know where I would have been every single day off school if that was there when I was younger. So the heavy hitters heating out, final race of the day. Obviously these relays seeded in terms of the overall team standing, so we're seeing the likes of DCU, Set2 and UL lining out here. As we see UL, I think, over there, lane 7.
I think that's Jack Greeny leading off for UL. Potentially, I can't really see. Obviously, you're missing Owen Kenny, unfortunately, with the hamstring. UL also have Owen Sharkey. Jack Hickey not togging out. I see him there. He's still in the tracksuit. We have Keano Boyle.
Soft.
Keano Boyle and Fintan Dewar, so that'd be the 4 then.
Yeah.
Jack did.
Boyle obviously taking the win in the 800 earlier on.
Alright, look, Finn.
Yeah, no, happens. There's Darren Masterson on first leg there for DCU, Oisin Kelly on the second leg, Mark Mulhall and Chris Lynch then to round out that DCU team, as Sean Carmody has something to say.
Yeah, so looking down at that UCD team, looking very, very strong. You have Robert Hayes there, the DSD man. Also handing to fellow clubmate David Bosch on the second leg. And Killian Curran on the third, who's normally maybe kind of a 100 runner, but with Joe Duty sitting in on the last leg, he's not a bad man to carry you home. Looking at the UCC team, you have Owen O'Connor, the distance runner. Looks like he's on the third leg with Sam Kiley, who was racing the 200 earlier on. Trying to look down, looks like Rory Boyle of Carrick-Navarre, the Carrick-Navarre man's leading them off. Was in the 400 metre hurdles final earlier on this morning or this afternoon.
Hard to look past UCD here, I'd say, with their sweep earlier. But I suppose in terms of DCU, you're probably looking at your head-to-head with SCTU in the overall.
Yeah, so you have Taiwo Aderini of SCTU on the last leg for them, the multi-eventer, just being drafted in for this 4x4 event. Trying to look down at the rest of them there, see if there are any other names I recognise.
To the start line, please, or else please let us know for scratching.
We're missing TUS from the start line of this, apparently, so we're just waiting to see.
Scratch, yeah, they're out.
No TUS. So,
Jackie Keys also found a microphone for himself.
Stephen Lipson hasn't got the message. So the main implications for this relay is the 6-point difference between DCU and SETU. So I believe the points for the relay are 10, 8, 6, 4 and 2 for the top 5 teams. So should DCU come, the DCU will be looking to come second or third at least. So 3:24 was the time of Galway from the first heat, so that's what they'll be looking to overturn. Darragh Masterson was, I believe, 4th in the 400 earlier on, 4th or 5th for DCU, so we'll be looking to get a strong start here to pass over to Oisín Kelly, who's been a relay specialist this weekend for DCU, coming back from illness, missing out on the 800. Of course, followed by Mark Mulhall then as well, as they're away and cleanly away. So UL maybe putting a bit of distance into SCTU, and UCD making up a bit of ground as well, as Darragh Masterson's just looking to eat up in that stagger a little bit on the inside lane.
Yeah, seems pretty even. Maybe TUD or SCTU getting reeled in a bit by UCD, but we'll see now the first changeover. Say maybe UL, Jack Greeny for UL, maybe just getting the nose ahead, but not much in it so far.
So far so good for DCU in terms of the battle with SETU for the overall team standings, as Darragh Masterson is going to be handing over a commanding lead here for DCU, making up a massive stagger, handing over to Oisín Kelly, and UL handing over there to
Cian O'Boyle, our 800 metre champion. So the tail is up after a good win earlier. So
yeah, if his legs are as sore as mine are, might struggle a little bit in the 4x4. UCD, I think we can expect them to run away with it from here.
Yeah, so Oisín Kelly's been reeled in. Oisín probably more of an 800 guy anyways, but he's good wheels. UCD taking over at the front. Cian O'Boyle moves up into third. We'll be looking to close in on Oisín Kelly ahead of the next changeover.
Chris Lynch has his tracksuit bottoms off, is ready for the last leg, as Mark Mulhall's about to take it here for the third leg for DCU. UCD handing over there in first.
Okay, so DCU and UL coming in close enough in the end, so that's Owen Sharkey chasing down who from DCU?
Mark Mulhall.
Mark Mulhall.
Part of the is the Sigerson for football.
Really?
Yeah. So I think Unless we have the 3:24 of Galway in the between these two, we can see Fintan Dewhurst isn't going to give up this second place for UL.
Of course, Fintan Dewhurst selected for World Relays in a few weeks' time. More than 400 hurdler, but he's got some serious wheels. But it's all UCD, DCU and UL coming in side by side. This will be a great last leg.
So this is going to really come down.
This will be very close now.
As Joe Doody is chased down by Chris Lynch and Fintan Dewhurst.
Hard to see Joe Doody getting caught. But it looks like Fintan's just biding his time. And he's going to ease into second here now. Joe Doody really going for this one though.
Yeah, Joe Doody is not messing about. Really wanted to lay down the hammer here in the last event of the day.
Yeah, he must be really looking for a quick split here. But it's Fintan Dewhurst in second place, but it's going to be tight still with DCU. But Joe Doody takes the win for UCD.
Go on, Chris.
And a close finish here. It's going to be UL. Boo.
I'm going right down now to put in a protest.
I wouldn't blame you. We're going to have a replay on that as well. So I'd say, Fintan may or may not have moved across.
Chris Lynch is not happy, and rightly so, I think.
Yeah, will they have a word? Will they go to VAR?
If it has implications for the overall team result, then
it would. It would. So they may actually have a closer look at that.
Probably out of the points there, DCU in third on 6 points. So I wonder what the tiebreak is then for that team. For those team
would UL and DCU have been ahead of Galway there? Probably.
Yeah, I'd say Galway would have. 3:19. Were they 5 seconds back
behind UCD? Hard to know.
So. Right, so that rounds it out anyway.
That's actually it, yeah.
And we can
know the
keep an eye
varsity's
on
job
the
done.
WhatsApp for the
full results
standings for the relays on the team results.
But,
and
they'll get all the individual results in as well over the evening.
That's it for this year's edition of the IOA Track and Field. Thanks to you for
good night and God bless.
hosting.